Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you doing this fine Monday, August 10th, 2026? It is noon. It is 12:02 p.m. Eastern Time. I am coming on here a little bit later than usual because today starts a new day. Okay, a new day, a new topic, a new era, a new moment. We're talking about the Tupac Shakur unalive trial. Okay. Now it'll probably not come as a surprise to you that I think there's much, much more going on in this story than than meets the eye, we'll say. And yeah, I mean, I've been covering this story for probably 3 years on and off. I have a lot of documents I want to go over with y'all today. Today, in the actual trial, it was pushed back several times, I think two times at least, but maybe even more times than that. And Keefe D, the suspect in this case, the defendant in this case, of course, innocent until proven guilty, he has switched lawyers a couple times as well, at least one time. He has a new lawyer now. We are going to probably get to that as well. And today's the first day of jury selection. So, technically, yes, this is the first day of the trial, but really, most people count the first day of the trial as being when the opening statements start. And it is supposedly not going to be happening with the opening statements until maybe a week. So this jury selection process could take up to a week. Usually in court, that means, 5 court days. But yeah, so today starts a new era. Now, something that I also want to do today while we are going through the first day of jury selection, this is going to be a little bit of I don't know, who knows, like a little bit of a free for all, but I do have a lot of links to go through. Here's the situation about the jury selection. I'm not exactly sure that this part of the trial is going to be live streamed, the jury selection aspect of the trial. The reason that I'm not sure it's going to be live streamed is because, first of all, I had a hard time finding live stream or anybody saying they were going to be streaming it live, although I do have some links up. Second of all, judges are very protective over the identity of jurors for many reasons, but a primary reason is so that no one, from any side or the other can go and target them and threaten them or try to persuade them in some way, et cetera, et cetera. So I do have some links up. They definitely do have some coverage going on outside the courthouse. Um, yeah, I mean, I have like some different live streams up. I'll show to y'all. Let me show y'all. I have some live streams up, and it does look like they are going to be doing some live streaming from outside the courthouse. I forgot to turn on the audio, but y'all can at least see it. So this is what it looks like right now. It just says 9 a.m. Pacific time jury selection. Well, that's done, came and went, girl. That was 5 minutes ago. The same thing here. That was USA Today Entertainment Division. I think they're using the same cameras. This trial is going on in Las Vegas. This is USA Today, but again, I think they are using the same cameras. Here's the outside look. Associated Press. We also have CNN News 18. I don't think this is really CNN News. I think this is not CNN for real. But then we have also this one right here, DRM News. Again, they done ended their live. Okay, so interesting. And then I have, they're doing, yeah, this is another thing going on today is this this lady that supposedly unalived her kids. And then there is the Facebook page as well for the court. Now, this is the court where it's going on, Nevada 8th Judicial District Court. This is in Vegas, like I said. The state of Nevada versus Dwayne Davis trial is scheduled to begin. This was posted 23 hours ago, so it said tomorrow, but it's supposedly going to be today, obviously, August 10th. Members of the public wishing to attend should arrive at least 1 hour before the start of court to participate in the daily lottery. Okay, so we're starting to see these lotteries pop up all over the country. God forbid the public can just go and sit in on a trial. God forbid they got to enter into a freaking lottery. They got to gamble. We got to gamble just to go to court these days. It's very infuriating. The Post goes on, because the courtroom will be filled by prospective jurors during jury selection, the public seating cannot be guaranteed during this phase of the trial. Jury selection may take several days. Please allow extra time to pass through courthouse security and follow updates throughout the proceeding. Okay. So again, it is not clear whether it's going to be live streamed, like right here, or if it's going to be, maybe we're just going to have to get some live updates from, throughout the trial. Now, I thought what we could do today as well, and especially just in case they're not live streaming it, because we're going to have a lot of dead air to fill. I thought we could go back through some of the things that led us to this point, kind of go look at some of those grand jury testimony, or the indictment, the search warrant, some of the articles that have been coming out, some of the older articles. And so I do have quite a few things to go over with y'all today, especially in the case if there's no live streaming of the jury selection. Now, if there is live streaming of the jury selection, then we'll watch that and just fill the space in with whatever I have to go over. Now, thank you so much to Maya for the $9.99. I was a court clerk at this courthouse for a few years. Okay. And I have done my share of high profile Vegas trials. We did allow the ID channel to film the trial. I did. So ready to see you do your thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that there's actually something to react to. I've been looking forward to this trial for a long time for many reasons, but one of the reasons is Vegas streams. They let people go in there and do the live streaming of the trial, at least the news stations. So that I've been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to any trial that I get to finally sit there and watch the whole thing. I still have yet to be able to do it. I was going to do it with different trials here and there. They end up settling. The Koberger trial I was going to follow. That one ended up, he did a plea. So anyway, that's one of the main reasons I was very excited to cover this one, but I'll cover it nevertheless. It's just going to change how I cover it if they don't live stream it. Thank you so much to Amber SAS for the 10 jewels. Thank you so much to Megalicious for the 350 jewels. Okay, so I am going to keep, these screens up, and we'll check in on the live stream aspect. Now, technically, the jury selection did start 10 minutes ago. Okay, let's see. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis charged with organizing the unaliving of Tupac. Okay, he is on trial. This article is from NBCnews.com. This came out on 5 days ago, and I thought, let's start today's show by just kind of going back over let's go over some of these articles that came out lately. We're going to go over New York Times. We're going to go over NBC News. I think CNN maybe had one. We're going to go over a few different articles just to get a gist of who is this, what's going on. If you haven't followed it at all, just kind of like catching you up to speed to allow you to understand, the things going on, who the major players and parties are. And then we'll move along from these more general articles to some of the more specific things that I found to be interesting over the last few days that have transpired. So it starts off, the man who prosecutors say orchestrated the unaliving of Tupac is scheduled to go to trial today, almost 30 years after the fatal drive-by pew-pew in Las Vegas. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, 63 years old, faces a single count of unalive with a deadly weapon. And of course they do have the intent, the special circumstance of intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang. So it's a gang shooting is what they're trying to say Keefe D did do. He has been jailed since 2023. He pleaded not guilty. For decades, like almost 30 years, this unsolved killing has gripped hip-hop fans. Tupac Is considered one of the most influential rappers of all time, with songs that speak to the human experience of love, heartache, and familial relationships. When he died, he was in the midst of a fierce battle for dominance in a music scene increasingly shaped by rival gangs. The trial, which is expected to last about a month, okay, so jury selection is supposedly going to last about a week, and then the trial itself is supposed to last about a month. And y'all, I got a busy August and September coming up because I'm covering this trial plus whatever happens on the bricks and the minifigs case, plus what else has got. Oh, okay, we also have two other trials coming up right after this one. Who is it? Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione. And what else? Jonathan Oddie. Okay, so Luigi Mangione's trial is set to start next month in September. Now that's going to be the state trial. And then Jonathan Oddie, the one who claimed that he was Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' slave, and he shot up the Trump Dorado Hotel or whatever it is. Yeah, him. He's finally going to trial. He was arrested in 2018, so he's been just holding off on going to trial for like 8 years. It's very crazy. Anyway, so I'm going to have a very September 8th, I think. So I don't know. I don't know if Keefe D Tupac trial is going to be over by the time Luigi Mangione starts, which is going to put me in quite a dilemma. I don't know what I'm going to cover in that case. Okay. But this trial is expected to last about a month. Now, this trial is likely not going to reveal who actually pulled the trigger. Instead, prosecutors hope to prove that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the guy on trial, was the shot caller. Okay, he provided the weapon. Gunfire came from the Cadillac that Keefe D was in, and he's one of the only people there that night who was still alive. The other one, of course, being Suge Knight. We'll get to him and his recent statements in a moment. Or in a little bit. So prosecutors say if Keefe D hadn't written explicitly about the killing, and if he didn't talk about it in interviews, it's likely no one would have ever been charged. Okay? So that is a very unique part of this case, is that we are dealing with, I don't know why this doesn't like stay up to date. Let's see. One unique part about this trial is that we are dealing with basically confessions by Keefe D. Basically confessions. So essentially, Keefe D has done books. He's done documentaries. He's written his own book. Now, I did order his book. I'm like trying to catch up. This is like, it kind of like glitches out when you don't like stay on the screen. For some reason, it like doesn't. Let's see. This is please monitor websites for upcoming events. Okay, so is this over? I'm just checking in on our live stream events. Associated Press looks like they're. No, I guess they're still alive. Let's see. Still live here. If I do this, does it update to where I am? Just working the kinks out here. So 9 a.m. Pacific was 15 minutes ago. This says USA Today live coverage continues shortly. 9 a.m. Pacific time jury selection for Tupac murder trial. So one thing about this case that is very different is that we kind of have written confessions, okay? Pink Pepper says maybe David too. No, it's absolutely not like David. David, that would be like basically if David wrote a book and was like, the Bird Lanes, the Bird Avenues, Hollywood Hills legend. And then he wrote specifically about what happened on the night of Celeste's unaliving. And he specifically provided details that were very specific about Celeste. Not like a song. That's not what I'm talking about. Like I wouldn't actually usually, me personally, I wouldn't usually consider a song to be a confession. No. He wrote like an autobiographical book about it. And about like his time, in these gangs and stuff. So, now his defense is caught in between a rock and a very hard place. Why? Because the defense is basically going to have to say he was lying for clout. He lied. He was just lying in his book. That wasn't true. He was just lying because he wanted to get attention. And so they're going to have to admit that he was lying. And in so doing, then they are going to necessarily make it to where their own client is not credible. It's going to be like Keefe D. When is he lying? When is he telling the truth? And I think that's why the prosecutors went ahead and, I don't like this. I think that's why the prosecutors went ahead and charged him, because on the one hand, he's saying all this stuff in his book, and it's like, look, Keefe D's basically admitting to having something to do with this unaliving. You know, me personally, I kind of think Keefe D is the fall guy. I think he might have been there. I think he might know some stuff about it, but I think he was lying in that book. Y'all already know who I think was behind this, and it could have been somebody at the rival record label, but I don't know, and I'm very excited and happy that finally we're going to get some more transparency into this case. It ain't a brick or a minifig, but it might be a Rico. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Rose, for the $2. Thank you so much to Els, the Elder, for the 200 jewels and for being a member for 1 month. Okay, so back to this. September 7th, 1996. So we're almost exactly at, like during this trial, it'll be exactly at the 30-year anniversary. September 7th, 1996, Tupac was in the passenger seat of a black BMW. And Death Row Records co-founder Marion Suge Knight was driving, okay? Remember that. Who drove the car? Who was driving the car that Tupac was in? Suge Knight, the record label head for Tupac's label. They had just watched Mike Tyson knock out Bruce Seldon, and they were headed to a nightclub where Tupac was scheduled to perform. So he was on his way to a performance. But at a red light near the Vegas Strip, a white Cadillac pulled up beside him and gunfire erupted. So we have a black BMW and a white Cadillac, all right? Tupac, he was in the black BMW, Death Row Records. Now there's a white Cadillac pulled up beside him and gunfire erupted. Tupac was shot multiple times and died 6 days later. So he did fight for his life. While Suge Knight survived with minor injuries. He is currently, Suge Knight, is currently serving a 28-year prison sentence for a fatal hit and run, completely unconnected with this situation. The case went cold until Keefe D began making public statements about his involvement as a leader of the Southside Compton Crips. Keefe D, nobody knew. Nobody knew out in the mainstream. They even have FBI files on this, okay? And they were trying to figure out who did it. I don't think they were trying that hard to figure out who did it, if you're asking me, but that's neither here nor there. I guess now they're, at least finally now they're at trial or whatever. In 2019, Keefe D published a book, a memoir, a tell-all memoir. The book, along with interviews that Keefe D gave, including DJ Vlad. That's one of the interviews. Keefe D was just out here running his mouth. He really was. Whether he was telling the truth or not, maybe he should have been doing that. But anyway, his book and his interviews revived the police investigation. Keefe D's defense attorneys argue there's no evidence that he directed the shooting, and the state is relying on witnesses who were not there. The defense says, this is Keefe D's lawyers say, that he left the narcotics trade in 2009 and worked a steady job before illness forced him to retire in 2014. For Tupac's family, the last 30 years have been exhausting and stressful. Tupac's stepbrother, Maurice Shakur, he goes by Mo Preem, sitting through the trial is going to be re-traumatizing, he said. But he is cautiously optimistic that justice will come. I hope that the trial is fair and we find out the truth. Me too. Me too. Hundreds of pages of grand jury transcripts portray Tupac's shooting as a culmination of long-standing feud between rival record labels. That would be Death Row Records, Suge Knight, who's in prison right now, and Bad Boy Records, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, who's in prison right now, by the way. Both of them are in prison right now. And rival gang sects, including the Mob Piru and the Southside Compton Crips. Witnesses said the Southside Compton Crips hung out with and provided protection to Bad Boy Records. Now, Bad Boy Records is not only Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' record label, but it was the record label for, especially at the time, Biggie, Notorious B.I.G., Christopher Wallace. So he was Bad Boy. He was a big rival with Tupac, who was Death Row Records. Bad Boy is Diddy. Death Row Records is Suge Knight. So the gang members were providing security. Okay, instead of hiring a security company, criminal-minded people like Suge Knight and criminal-minded people like Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, they don't want to hire security companies. They want to hire gang members. And so that's what they would do. And the gang members, having absolutely no training in security. They're just, scary and possibly have guns. That was the security. So Mob Piru, which is part of the Bloods gang, okay, they were associated with Death Row Records. And Death Row featured rappers like Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course Tupac. The rival gangs fought and retaliated against each other, both before and after Tupac's death. Prosecutors allege that Keefe D orchestrated the shooting to get revenge after Tupac and his entourage beat up Keefe D's nephew. I think that was Orlando. Yep, Orlando, Baby Lane Anderson at the MGM. Okay, so put another way, the prosecutor's version of the story is Keefe D orchestrated this shooting because Keefe D's nephew's name is Baby Lane or Orlando. They all have like a nickname, right? So Orlando is his real name, Baby Lane is his nickname, but that Orlando guy is Keefe D's nephew, all right? Now, Orlando Baby Lane, he got beat up that night of the shooting. He got beat up before the shooting, and prosecutors allege that this Orlando getting beat up was at the hands of Tupac and his entourage. So, of course, Orlando gets beat up, and Keefe D, his uncle, is pissed. So he's like, nah, we gotta retaliate. The prosecutor's case relies on a book called Compton Street Legend. Now, this is a book that Keefe D is one of the co-authors. And he did talk about the shooting and his time in the Crips. He also talked about police. He also talked about this situation with police and with the media in interviews that he voluntarily participated in. His attorneys unsuccessfully over the past couple years fought to block the use of the book, as well as the recording of a 2008 police interview. Now, Keefe D's lawyers relied heavily on the Bill Cosby trial. Bill Cosby got let out of jail because he apparently spoke with police years and years before he was prosecuted, and whoever he spoke to promised him immunity. This is Bill Cosby. Promised him immunity. Anything that he said could not be used against him. Well, anyway, they ended up using what he said against him anyway, and that got the whole conviction overturned. So Keefe D's lawyers were like, I saw what the law did for Bill Cosby, and I want him to do it for me. So Keefe D tried to keep that, like a lot of this stuff out, and tried to not even have the prosecution even happen at all, because he claimed that anything that he said in that police interview was not allowed to be used against him. And, he had immunity for those things. Well, the judge said, no, we're going to let the prosecutors use that interview not because inherently they should be allowed to, but because Keefe D went all out in the world and talked about all this crap himself. He did interviews, he wrote books. So there's really nothing in the police interview that he didn't already also say out loud. So yeah, we're going to actually go ahead and let the prosecutors use that interview. Not only the interview, but the book. Keefe D's lawyers tried to keep the book, his own book, with his own words in it, out of the trial. But the judge said, yeah, that's not going to happen. We're going to let the book come in too. Now, Keefe D's lawyers had argued that the book was fictionalized, and also had a co-author, so it would be impossible to know which parts of the book Keefe D wrote. Keefe D's lawyers also argued that his interviews with a federal task force investigating the deaths of Biggie and Tupac was supposed to be confidential and not used against him. The memoir says that Tupac and his entourage crossed the line when they beat up Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Quote, "We couldn't let no record company studio gangsters do us like that." Oh, well, we know that's going to get asked about now for sure in the trial. Quote, "We couldn't let no record company studio gangsters do us like that." That is not a good quote to have in black and white writing used against you in your murder trial. I'll say that. Especially considering a lot of the people who were there that night are now dead, or including Orlando. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is no longer among the living as well. I mean, he's no longer with us in body. Okay. Now, Keefe D, he was the passenger in the white Cadillac. He's the one who, according to prosecutors, passed a gun to the back seat earlier that night. So Keefe D, he's in the front seat of the white Cadillac, according to the book. When they encountered Tupac and the Death Row Records people, Suge Knight, Keefe D claimed to see Tupac reach for a weapon. He said, quote, "One of my guys from the back seat grabbed the Glock and started busting back." Now, no weapon was supposedly found in Tupac's car. So I don't know possibly how he could have been reaching for a weapon because there was no weapon in there. But this was according to retired Las Vegas police detective Clifford Mogg, who was assigned to the investigation in 2018. Mopreme Shakur, which is the stepbrother of Tupac, he said nothing would bring back his stepbrother. That would be justice for me. But we all know that is unattainable. Mopreme, the stepbrother, said he wants allegations that Diddy was involved to be explored further. Me too. I'm glad he said it. I want more research into whether Diddy was involved in this. Now, in his book, Keefe D claims that Diddy wanted his rivals at his rival record label killed in the book. The book is going to come out at trial. Now, Suge Knight didn't get killed. He's in jail. He's in prison, though, and so is Diddy. But in this Compton Street Legends book, Keefe D claims that Diddy wanted Suge Knight and Tupac to be killed, the Death Row Records guys. Diddy has denied having any involvement in this death. He's serving years in prison after being convicted of charges. We watched that very closely last summer. Diddy's attorney did not return emailed requests from the Associated Press for comment. And Tupac sold over 75 million records worldwide with hits like California Love, Changes, and Dear Mama. His songs spanned from party anthems to deep social commentary. The issues he discussed will still resonate with people, 30 years later. And I can't think of any, okay, I don't really care about that history professor's quote. Okay, so, oh my God, that's so cute. Thank you so much to Boba for the $4.99. Hi, made a custom minifig for you. Let me know what would be the best way to get it to you. Email me and I'll let you know. Email me at bjcliveshow@gmail.com. Thank you so much for the $4.99 and for the custom minifig. It's so cute. Player Prophet said, "I heard I'll Be Missing You on the radio the other day, and I feel like it should be discontinued after this case." Okay, so what else? So that was one article I wanted to read to y'all. There's a couple more just to get the gist, just to get the idea of what we're getting ourselves into here. This one is from New York Times, and this one came out today, this morning. It says, "What to know about the Tupac murder trial and suspect. 3 decades after the rapper was killed in Las Vegas, a man who prosecutors say provided the weapon is scheduled to go to trial. For decades, the identity of Tupac's killers was one of hip-hop's burning questions. A key figure in the East Coast-West Coast rivalry of the 1990s, Tupac was a hip-hop titan capable of penning sensitive ballads about his mother and visceral odes about his rival. Yup, in the clique you claim." He was iconic. He really was. Like, It's sad. It's sad. This is just a sad thing. I'm glad somebody's going to trial, but I almost think it's a show trial. Like, where's Diddy in all of this? Why we don't have him on the stand? Tupac's own stepbrother is like, yeah, we need to revisit that allegation about Diddy. The mystery faded in recent years as Dwayne Keefe D. Davis repeatedly stated that he was involved in Tupac's unaliving. He wrote about it in his book, Compton Street Legend. Now, I did order this book in hard copy, and it was supposed to be here today. It will not be here today. Apparently now it has been delayed to Wednesday, but hopefully at least I get it before the actual trial part starts. Compton Street Legend. So in his book, his 2019 memoir about gang life, his comments led authorities to reopen the case. He was arrested in September 2023 and pleaded not guilty to one count of unalive with use of deadly weapon, and it has a special sentencing like enhancement factor about gang relatedness or whatever. Now, he's not accused of actually unaliving Tupac. But he's actually just accused of providing the pew-pew that was used in the shooting. The trial is scheduled to begin on Monday today with jury selection that could take up to a week. The prosecution and the defense will outline their arguments in opening statements. Now, how did Tupac die? Now, we are going to think about 4 different articles of this sort, of like everything you need to know. And that's just to give us a good foundation of the different perspectives that are reporting on this, so we don't only take one perspective or one word, one news source's word for it. Also, I do have some of these original documents myself. We'll take a look through those as well. Like I said, I have quite a few articles, links, documents, court filings, etc. to go through with y'all in the case that they don't actually, do this live or whatever. No, it's supposed to be, like, as you can see, there do appear to be some. Okay, now they're back outside. I guess the live is over now. Let me type in just like Tupac trial live. The Sun. Okay, so that's ended. Okay, yeah, I just want to keep checking throughout. I just want to keep checking throughout so we don't miss anything, that was live or whatever, or anything like if they start streaming something live. Again, I don't know if they are going to stream this aspect of the trial live, the jury selection, because judges are pretty protective of jurors. But I do anticipate that at some point we will get some updates from inside there, and like there definitely are reporters in there. There definitely is an overflow room. So I definitely think we're going to get some live updates, but it may not be live contemporaneously, if that makes sense. Okay. How did he die? Shortly after leaving a Mike Tyson fight in Las Vegas, Tupac was in a black BMW driven by Suge Knight. Suge Knight was the founder of Death Row Records. About 11:15 p.m. Suge Knight stopped the car for a red light at an intersection just outside the strip. A white Cadillac pulled up next to the BMW, and someone began pew, 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 pew into Tupac's vehicle. 4 projectile struck. Golly. 4 made contact with him, with Tupac, and he did die in the hospital 6 days later. Now, I didn't realize he died 6 days later. He was only 25 years old at the time. Before the Mike Tyson fight, Keefe D had given a football player $4,000 to buy clothes at a mall in California before he headed to college. Devontae Lee, an affiliate, told the grand jury. Interesting. Okay. Wow. Now, I do have these grand jury some of the grand jury transcripts, so we'll take a look at those. But it says before the fight, Keefe D had given a football player $4,000 to buy some clothes at a mall in California. He gave this football player this $4,000 before he headed to college. This is testimony from someone named Devontae Lee. I mean, it says Devonta, but I'm assuming that that's pronounced Devontae. I don't know, though. Maybe it's Devonta. And so he was in the Southside Crips, or at least affiliated with it. The football player was accompanied by Crips-associated gang members who encountered members of their rival gang, the Bloods Mob Piru, which was affiliated with Suge Knight. The crews fought each other over a Death Row Records chain. Witnesses said one of the participants was Orlando Anderson. That was Keefe D's nephew. Orlando Anderson and his uncle, Keefe D, later attended the brief heavyweight bout between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, and afterward, Mr. Anderson, that's the nephew, Orlando Anderson, found himself alone near the elevators in the hotel. Tupac and other Bloods gang members recognized Orlando from that fight in the mall over the Death Row chain. They approached Orlando Anderson and his crew, and they began punching and kicking him. And then, of course, tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat, never ending, never ending. Now they got to get their revenge. Okay. So it all started, it didn't all start, but at one point there was a fight in the mall. Then somebody got beat up. Then the other gang had to get revenge for that. Now that was this incident. Now the other gang got to get revenge back. They keep having to get their lick back. I mean, this is just a circus. It's been a circus for 30 years. I think it's pretty much time that we bring some of this gang violence to a halt. Like, seriously, it's a little bit ridiculous. Oh, you're going in the mall shopping for your clothes. You can't even shop for your clothes without fighting for your chain. And this still goes on. I mean, look at Whack 100. Please. Look at how he's moving. Anyway, the Crips sought immediate revenge. Later that night, according to prosecutors, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, or perhaps another man, DeAndre Smith, fired the weapon and pew Tupac. Now, I think these two are both no longer among the living, by the way, DeAndre and Orlando. Now, do not confuse DeAndre Smith, that's a different person, than Devontae. Okay, Devontae Lee, he's still alive. He's still alive and amongst the living. I'm pretty sure DeAndre is no longer among the living. Now, Devontae Lee, the one who is alive and well to talk, quote, he wasn't coming back to Compton with nothing being done. Meaning, Tupac felt like he had to take it within his own hands. That's the phrase. And take matters into his own hands. He said he wasn't going back to Compton without anything being done. So who is this guy who's on trial, Keefe D? Today, he's 63 years old. But remember, this all happened 30 years ago. He was in his 30s at the time that it happened, 33, 32, something like that. He is the only person to be charged in connection with Tupac's unaliving. The Cadillac's three other passengers, Mr. Anderson, that's the nephew, Mr. Smith, DeAndre, another guy, Terrence Brown, are all dead. So there were 4 people in the car that night. 3 are dead. The only one living to tell the tale is Keefe D, and he'd been telling the tale since at least 2019. He'd been going on documentaries. He'd been writing books. He'd been going on podcasts. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was fatally shot just the very next year after the Tupac unaliving in 1998. He was lost his life, unfortunately. In his memoir, Keefe D claims to be a descendant of Nat Turner, the enslaved preacher who led a rebellion in 1831. That's cool. I mean, the rebellion is cool, not the slavery part. He grew up in Compton, this is Keefe D, joining the South Side Compton Crips and becoming a key figure among the gang's hierarchy. Keefe D said in 2014 he was diagnosed with colon cancer. This was about 12 years ago, and he has since said he is in remission. Authorities arrested him September 29th, 2023, outside a home in Henderson, Nevada. He told the police that he had moved there because his wife's job opening grocery stores in the state. And so what is the evidence? Well, there is hotel security footage capturing Tupac and others confronting Orlando, establishing a motive for the killing. Authorities also recovered items like computers, hard drives from Davis's home. And also, you know what else Keefe D had at his home? It was like Rubbermaid bins full of memorabilia of Tupac, specifically of his murder, like newspaper clippings, magazine articles, covers, and magazines and stuff like that. Like, it was like a shrine to dead Tupac in this Rubbermaid bin. That was one of the things they found. Um, let's get, can we get the likes up? Can we get the lights up? The likes up, not the lights, girl. I'll be squinting by the end of the day. Okay. However, the New York Times goes on. Now, this article is from the New York Times. It was posted earlier today. However, it's mostly Keefe D's detailed descriptions of how he orchestrated Tupac's unalive as retaliation for the brawl. That's going to be used as evidence, okay? So the thing that's going to be used as the strongest evidence, sure, there's some hotel security footage, there's some computers, there's some hard drives, there's some clippings from the magazines, but really, the primary evidence in this case is Keefe D's own words. And it's going to be really hard for him to defend it because it's either he was lying then or he's lying now. He either lied about killing somebody or orchestrating somebody's killing, which is crazy, or he's didn't and he's lying now. A ghost trial, seriously. In his book, Keefe D wrote that Tupac's entourage, quote, crossed the line by beating up Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. He says he acted as a shot caller. So Keefe D's like, I was a shot caller. Baller shot caller, okay? Not to be confused with the shock collar. Anyway, Keefe D claims in his book that he's the one who provided the 40 millimeter Glock. He made similar he made similar statements and had similar accounts during recorded interviews with law enforcement and on appearances on documentaries and podcasts, including, I'm pretty sure, Vlad. Now, the judge has ruled that the book and Keefe D's statements are admissible. And Keefe D has since said that he had not written or even read that memoir, and he made the claims to gain fame and fortune. You see what I mean? See how, not credible he is now? And this comes from someone who's not really convinced that it was Keefe D who did this stuff. Maybe he was involved. Maybe he knew these people. Maybe he was in the car. They're not even trying to say he pulled the trigger. So who gave him the order? Who gave him the order to pull the trigger? Maybe no one. We're going to hopefully find out here. But a lot of the witnesses that were firsthand witnesses, they're no longer among the living. But look, he has since said he did not write or read his memoir, and he only made the claims to gain fame and fortune. Quote, they can't even place me out here, Keefe D told ABC News in an interview from jail. They don't have no gun, no car, no Keefe D, no nothing. Okay, you know what they do have, though? I'll tell you this. I remember hearing this. They did not have the ability to place Keefe D in Vegas until they started looking at hotel records, and come to find out there were hotel rooms, at least one hotel room booked right there where that fight was, right around the area, under Keefe D's wife's name. And that's what I think they're going to try and use as proof that Keefe D was in fact and indeed in Vegas, because why would his wife have rented a hotel? Lauren said, souvenirs or trophies in the Rubbermaid bin. Could be. Could be. Okay. So who's on the witness list? We do have a couple articles to go through about the witness list itself. So let's just read this part. It is not clear who will ultimately be actually officially called to testify. But prosecutors have filed a very long list of potential witnesses, and that includes Tupac's relatives and several other notable names. Some of those names include Suge Knight, who was driving the car that Tupac was in when he was killed. He also was wounded in the shooting. I guess he got shot. Now, he's currently in prison for a hit and run accident, but that had nothing to do with this particular situation. Another person on the potential witness list is Governor Joe Lombardo. He was the governor of Nevada at the time, and the former sheriff of the Vegas Police Department. Okay. So that is the New York Times article entitled, what you need to know about the trial or whatever. And now I want to go to this Rolling Stone article, which is kind of titled a similar thing, everything you need to know. This article came out yesterday. Nearly 30 years ago, rap superstar Tupac Shakur was headed to an after party in Las Vegas when he was gunned down in a drive-by shooting. His unknown killers speeding away from the scene in a white Cadillac. This week, 30 years later, the man who police accuse of orchestrating the fatal hit and run will stand trial over Tupac's death. If convicted, it will put to rest one of hip-hop's biggest unsolved murders. Jury selection for the criminal trial begins today, with Nevada prosecutors planning to present evidence on how the Southside Compton Crips gang leader set in motion the fatal September 7th, 1996 shooting that would claim the life of one of rap's most enduring icons. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was arrested in September 2023 and charged with one count of unalive and with a gang enhancement. He has not been accused of pulling the trigger. But under Nevada law, a person can be charged if they aided and abetted. The high-profile trial is expected to last 4 weeks, including 1 week of jury selection. Here are some things to know about the case. Okay, so it says including 1 week, so I guess the trial itself will only be about 3 weeks, which is good because I don't need it to last too much longer than that because I got to get to the Luigi Mangione trial. Not in person. I'm never going to New York for a trial ever again. I mean, never say never, but I have no desire or intention. Okay, so how was he killed? Again, I'm just going to kind of breeze through this because each article we read is going to give us a few more details and a few different things that the other articles previous left out. And this is to kind of give y'all a good introduction so that you'll be able to follow the trial along in the coming weeks. Tupac had been in Vegas to catch the much anticipated boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, September 1996. This was at the MGM Grand. Now, y'all, the MGM Grand, I think, had just opened, too. Like, this was, like, a new place they were trying to get people to come to and stuff. After Mike Tyson delivered a knockout blow within 109 seconds, Tupac jumped in a black BMW with his Death Row label boss, Marion Suge Knight, to head to a nearby nightclub. As they were stopped at a red light on the Vegas Strip, a white Cadillac pulled up alongside the vehicle, and a gunman unloaded his weapon. Suge Knight, who was driving the car, was injured with the spray, by the spray of bullets, while Tupac took the brunt of the gunfire. He was shot 4 times across his chest, his arm, his thigh, and Tupac was rushed to the hospital. He died from his injuries 6 days later. He was 25 years old. Now, although Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is not accused of actually pulling the trigger, he's still charged with helping orchestrate the shooting because he supplied the weapon that the gunman used. Now, I may be mistaken because I did learn about the Biggie and the Tupac cases right at the same time as each other. So sometimes because they were so close in time and did involve a lot of the same people, I'll kind of like get them confused. But I'm pretty sure the murder weapon from both of these is now missing. We're going to find it out. Maybe they found it, girl. Maybe they found it. Keefe D also previously claimed to be sitting in the front passenger seat of this car from the car where the bullet flew from. Now, has he changed his story is a good question. He has changed his story about his participation or his alleged participation in the Tupac unaliving several times over. He has boasted in numerous interviews and even wrote in his 2019 memoir about his alleged involvement. After his arrest, he changed his tune. Okay, he changed his story after he got arrested. He denied that he had any part in the shooting. He offered a variety of explanations as to why he had claimed to be the ringleader of an unaliving, including that he wasn't even in Vegas that night. He exaggerated his connection for entertainment purposes. And these really detestable lunatics think that we are entertained by murder. No, we're entertained by justice, maybe. I don't know who's entertained by, oh yeah, I killed somebody. Like, you need to be in jail. Anyway, as for his tell-all memoir where he wrote, quote, "We couldn't let no record company Studio gangsters do us like that. He wrote that in the memoir. He accused his book's co-author of taking extreme liberties. Well, why didn't he read it? He said, I never read the book in 2025. I just gave the co-author the details of my life, and he went and did his little investigation and wrote the book on his own. After a legal back and forth, the judge in Davis's trial ruled that the contents of the book could be introduced at trial. As hip-hop began growing in mainstream popularity in the early 1990s, so most of y'all already know about this, but I think it's just like for completeness, let's read through it, at least how the RollingStone.com is saying it. As hip-hop began growing in mainstream popularity in the early 1990s, there was a rivalry brewing between California's Death Row Records and New York's Bad Boy Records. Each label had their own champion. Death Row claimed Shakur, so it was like Death Row had Tupac, and Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy, Brother Love Combs, plucked the notorious B.I.G. off a Bed-Stuy street corner and helped turn him into a superstar. While there was a period of harmony between the two coasts, that imploded after Tupac was ambushed at a Times Square recording studio in 1994. So this, a lot of people forget about this part because there's so much violence. I mean, it's so hard to keep up. But someone tried to get at Tupac already. Somebody had already tried to get him 2 years earlier in 1994. He had come to the studio to work with a little-known rapper who had connections to Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' record label, Bad Boy Records. And when armed men in army fatigues robbed and shot Tupac, Tupac pointed the finger at Diddy. Okay, so Tupac was in 1994. He was working with an up-and-coming rapper associated with Bad Boy Records. And Tupac goes to, the studio to meet up with this bad boy artist. But then, like, basically a standing military, a guerrilla army shows up. Not gorilla, the animal. Guerrilla, G-U-E-R. Not the animal. Guerrilla means, a guerrilla army means, or guerrilla warfare means, is not like officially a sanctioned military. It's like a put together military of private people, civilians. So these armed men show up in 1994 where Tupac was trying to do this collab basically with like a Bad Boy affiliated artist, and he gets shot. And Tupac made no qualms. He said, I think Diddy did. I think Diddy set me up to get shot. I think he lured me over there to do a song or whatever with his little Bad Boy connected artist, and he sent his people over there to get me. Well, Tupac did not die. He did not die. Now, Bad Boy Records, is Diddy's label, poured gasoline on the feud with the release of Biggie's Who Shot Ya? Okay, so Biggie, notorious B.I.G., he puts out a song after that little shooting incident, Who Shot Ya? February 95. Now, this has been largely interpreted, and I'll say I interpreted it this way as well, as Biggie was making fun of Tupac for getting shot. Now, in return, and this is always a tit for tat. If one thing you should remember this whole trial, tit, tat, tit, tat, tit, tat. One little tiny transgression is met with the next slightly elevated, escalated transgression. More. And now we have several dead people. Okay, that's pretty much exactly what happened. So here's the tat for the tit here. Tupac then responds to the Who Shot Ya with his ultimate diss track, Hit 'Em Up. All right, this is like an iconic song for the ages for the record books. I mean, sincerely. So by the time that this Mike Tyson fight rolled around, the tensions were already brewing, already at an all-time high. And you had the Death Row side with Tupac and Suge Knight. They were leaving the lobby of the MGM after the fight, and they saw Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Now, Anderson belonged to a faction of the Compton Crips, notorious rival of the LA gang, the Bloods. Okay, so the Bloods and the Crips are fighting. Okay, we know this. Suge Knight was associated with the Bloods, the Mob Piru faction in particular. Earlier that year, Orlando Anderson, this is Keefe D's nephew, he allegedly had tried to snatch the Death Row Records chain off somebody's neck. And so when the Death Row crew recognized Orlando Anderson at the hotel or the MGM that night after the Mike Tyson fight in 1996, They were leaving. This is like Suge Knight and his crew. They saw Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. They go beat him up. So Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, he's done got beat up. He happened to be the nephew of Keefe D. Keefe D was a leader of the Crips. So it's like a Crips versus Blood thing. Bloods. So after the brawl, Keefe D is alleged to have gone looking for Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur to retaliate against them. Keefe D, his nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, who had just gotten beaten up, and 2 other men were alleged to be in the Cadillac that fired on Shakur and Knight. Okay, so the question, did Keefe D claim that Diddy was somehow involved? Yeah, he did. He sure did. Well, at least his book did. In a proffer agreement with a Los Angeles detective who was investigating the circumstances into the murder, Keefe D explained how LA gangs were subtly brought into the ongoing West Coast versus East Coast hip-hop rivalry, okay? Because it's hard to imagine it now, but there was a time when gangs were being gangs and hip-hop was being hip-hop, and there wasn't that much overlap. Now, some people would disagree. Some people would say, like, the CIA pretty much instantly infiltrated hip-hop with their own plants and stuff, but from the public, generally accepted mainstream narrative, it was really a concentrated effort to put and to infuse gangs into hip-hop so that at this point they are ubiquitous and inextricably intertwined. But at this time, that hadn't really happened yet. However, it was subtle. See, subtly. In a proffer agreement that LA detectives were looking into Tupac's murder. LA. Okay, this did not happen in LA. This happened in Vegas. But the LA detectives still looked into it. And in doing that investigation, I think it might have even been in concert with feds, but in doing that investigation, the Los Angeles detective wanted to reach out to Keefe D and talk to him, and Keefe D's like, I'm not talking to you unless I have immunity. So he got it. He did get immunity. In this interview that he did, he explained how LA gangs were subtly brought into the West Coast versus East Coast hip-hop rivalry because Death Row Records, that's Suge Knight and Tupac, they were affiliated with the Bloods, and Keefe D because Death Row Records was affiliated with the Bloods gang, Keefe D claimed when Diddy and his bad boy artists came into town, they sought out protection from the other gang, the rival gang, the Crips. So, Keefe D claimed to an LAPD detective named Greg Kading that during an alleged hangout at Greenblatt's Deli in West Hollywood, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs said he needed to get rid of Tupac and Suge Knight. And he would pay, this is Diddy, would pay $1 million if Keefe D could, quote, handle the problem. Now, Greg Kading, he wrote a book, too, called Murder Rap. And that one I should get today. I ordered Murder Rap and Compton Street Legend or whatever at the same time. And they both were supposed to get here today, but now I'm only getting one today, and that's this guy. So I actually purchased the book from Greg Kading. This is the guy who did the investigation into this whole thing. He did the investigation. He did this proffer agreement with Keefe D. He said, look, just tell me everything you know, and you won't get prosecuted over it. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. So Keefe D's like, all right, bet. I'm going to tell you everything I know. And, talked about how gangs got pulled into hip-hop rivalries. And he said, look, Death Row was already affiliated with Bloods. So when Diddy already had this rivalry and he came into town, he needed protection or the Bloods were going to get him. So who is already a natural opponent to the Bloods was the Crips. So then enemy of my enemy is my friend, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, according to Keefe D, at one point, I mean, he changes his story, right? But this version of Keefe D's story was Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. He's from New York. He's like a New York guy. So if he needs to come into LA to do business, he needs to have protection. And who knows who's a Blood at any given time. So he's like, all right, I'm going to align myself with the Crips. So he does, according to Keefe D. He sought out protection from the Crips. Keefe D claimed to LAPD detective Greg Kading that when he was hanging out at Greenblatt's Deli in West Hollywood, which was in California, Diddy told Keefe D He needed to get rid of the founder of Death Row Records, Suge Knight, as well as Tupac. And he would pay $1 million if Keefe D could kill these people. Now, throughout the years, Diddy has vehemently denied having any role in Tupac's death. And in December, called a Netflix documentary that highlighted Keefe D's claims, a shameful hit piece. So that's what Keefe D has said. But what has Tupac's family said? Well, they have long awaited closure. Speaking to the Associated Press, Tupac's stepbrother, Mo Preem, said he was cautiously optimistic. He said he hopes the trial is fair and we find out the truth. But even if Keefe D is found guilty for his alleged role, Mo Preem still demands more answers. He's like, look, just if we get a guilty verdict here, that ain't gonna cut it. That ain't gonna cut it, and that ain't gonna be enough. Not gonna be enough for me. We still need to be looking at other people. The family, in just this April this year, 2026, they filed a wrongful death lawsuit against 99 unnamed co-conspirators in a bid to unravel what Mo Preem Shakur's attorneys called a complex conspiracy to murder Tupac that involved much more than a mere retaliation for a prior altercation. I completely agree with this. I am completely in agreement with this. This is much larger than just, oh, someone beat someone's nephew up and he brap. No. I almost feel like this Keefe D trial is not, I'm not going to say show trial, because I do think he probably had something to do with it. But it's kind of like, okay, y'all, like, it's kind of like, the powers that be are finally like, all right, fine, we'll give you one. We'll give you one person out of the 100 who were probably involved in this. We're not going to let it go all the way to the top. We're just going to pin it all on this one dumb guy that had the, clout goblin demon possession bad enough to write a book about it. And sure, I mean, better Keefe D than nobody. But okay, what now? Oh, did it end? Yeah, it ended. Okay, so now that's over. Is this one over too? One watching now. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it looks like all the outside. This does say begins live. Let's go here. I'm just making sure, we're not missing anything that's actually happening live while we're catching up on this story. Yeah, I agree. Mark Cole said, why not broadcast on Court TV, Law and Crime Network, or YouTube channel for transparency? This is a public interest trial. I agree, Mark. Now, I do want to let y'all know, I don't think this is the same rules as the full trial once jury selection is over. Let me just look. Up for some live updates. I have a lot. Don't worry, I got a lot to go over today, even if we don't get the live updates. But I'm assuming we're going to get some. Oh, wait, hold on. Shout out to this lady. She's got the whole, hold on. Let me put my headphones on so I can hear. I think we got somebody in here, y'all. Alicia.
The jury selection, Tupac.
Wait, sorry. I gotta change my. Okay, let's try this.
courts, they won't allow it. But right now, they're about to start the jury selection. Tupac Shakur family was just here. I just did a really good interview with his family, with one of his cousins, and he told me what, they're expecting from the trial. But jury selections is starting right now, and so they are about to start picking the jury. And later on, I'll drop the interview with Tupac's
Nice.
family. All
Shout out
right.
to her. We found one, y'all. We found somebody at the trial. Thank God.
Hey guys, it's your girl SKG. So I will start my coverage on Monday for the Tupac Shakur and Keefe D murder trial. So I will be covering it all the way until September the 4th.
That's
If
my
you have
birthday.
anything you want me to cover specifically, send me a DM, okay?
Nice.
And I did see the questions about, well, are me and Shik still beefing? Yes, we're still beefing. If he doesn't apologize to me publicly, we'll never talk again.
Oh,
I'm okay with that, and I'm sure he is too. But on to bigger things. We're covering this trial, and I expect you guys to be on board with me because we all want to see what happened to Tupac, okay? Hey guys, it's your girl SKG. So I
girl,
will
what is the
start my coverage.
lore? What is the lore? Live courtroom. Okay, wow, slay. She posted this 11 minutes ago. I don't know who this is. Shout out to her. I followed her. Helisha Choice. It's spelled HELECIACHOYCE. Oh my God, y'all. Shout out to her. I'm so glad we found this. Live courtroom update Keefe D trial. Keefe D is standing alongside his attorney wearing a light blue shirt and gray pants. He appears cleaned up, composed, and court ready with a calm and content expression. Ooh. Y'all, we have a breaking update 11 minutes ago from the trial. SKG alleged that Big U assaulted her. And there was a new Big U indictment the other day. Y'all let me know in the comments if you want me to cover that. SKG is her name. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. So she says, Keefe D's in there. This is 11 minutes ago. This was updated. She made an update. Keefe D standing alongside his attorney wearing a light blue shirt and gray pants. He appears cleaned up, composed, and court ready with a calm and content expression. In connection with the first-degree murder charge, Keefe D waived his right to have the jury determine his sentence. He is elected to have the judge handle the sentencing if he is convicted. There are approximately 75 prospective jurors in the jury pool from which the final jury will be selected. Stay tuned for more updates as jury selection continues. Shout out to her. What's her stories?
Hey guys, it's your girl SKG. So I will start my coverage on Monday
Okay, we knew
for
that
the
one.
Tupac Shakur and Keefe D. Inside the courts, they won't allow it. But right now, they're about to start the jury selection. Tupac Shakur family, which is
This was from 53 minutes ago when she said this.
here. I just did a really good interview with his family, with one of his cousins, and he told me what, they're expecting from the trial. But jury selections is starting right now, and so they are about to start picking the jury. And later on, I'll drop
I like her. She might be my cousin.
the interview with Tupac.
I like how she has her sunglasses on inside the courtroom. Like that is the move. That is the move to make.
Fox family. All right.
I'm not being sarcastic. I do it too. Okay, shout out to her. Thank God we found somebody actually covering it live. I'm gonna keep or live-ish. Does she have a channel? My mom's saying let me know if you want me to drop her channel link, but I don't think I'm gonna see it if you put a link. I'm not from New York, so I'm gonna say it however it's spelled, but I appreciate the suggestion. It's a whole video of SKG and Big U in a lobby screaming. Stop. Stop. Why are you saying Alfred plea? You can't just say Alfred plea. What are you talking about? Okay, let's see. Oh, no, she's like a big deal. Okay, wait, how do I not know who she is? What's her channel name? Is it the same channel name? Wow, she's like a is she a singer? Is she a performing artist or a journalist or both? Or I've never heard of her, but shout out to her. Um okay. Okay, let me go to another article that I wanted to read to y'all today. This is or actually before I do that, let me just go. They only have a pool of 75 people for this jury. Okay. I don't see anything of a live update. Actually, you know who was covering it? Let me check her channel. Let's go on Megan Cuniff. She said she was going to be covering it, but I didn't see any actual coverage when I went looked. No, she did say she was going to be. Okay. All right. So let's go to this New York Times article. This one came out today. Tupac trial to start on Monday. Oh, where's the article, girl? Oh, it's a video? Try. No, I don't feel like watching this video. Okay. I thought it was a New York Times article. So we'll go to the next thing that I had for y'all. This is a local news article. I think this one came out today as well. Yes. Man accused of orchestrate. Oh, no. Man accused of orchestrating Tupac's 1996 killing is on trial. Here's what to know. The case of rap icon Tupac's killing has been unresolved for decades. Now, the man charged in his 1996 killing in Las Vegas is going to trial. Keefe D faces one charge of unalive with deadly weapon with intent to promote blah 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 gang enhancement. Jury selection is underway, at least for the last hour and 14 minutes or so. At least that's what the schedule is supposed to be. The trial is scheduled to last about a month. The trial will bring to a head one of the biggest mysteries in the hip hop world that gripped the public for decades. Tupac, who also went by the stage name Tupac and Machiavelli, is considered one of the most influential rappers of all time. He was shot September 1996 in a black BMW with Suge Knight on their way to Club 662, where Tupac was scheduled to perform. That's when a white Cadillac pulled up beside them. Gunfire erupted, and Shakur, who was in the passenger seat, was shot multiple times and died 6 days later, while the leader of the record label did not die. The case went cold until recent years when public statements and a tell-all memoir from Keefe D revived the case. He was the leader, or a leader, of Southside Compton Crips at the time of Tupac's death. He was arrested in 2023, but he pleaded not guilty. Here's what to know about the trial. It'll take place in Clark County District Court in Las Vegas, with Judge Carly Kearney presiding over the case. Jury selection started today. It is expected to take a few days, and then the prosecution and defense will give opening statements, and witness testimony will begin. Inside the courtroom, seats for the public are going to be in short supply. God forbid they let the public see the public trial. There's going to be a daily lottery for a chance to get a seat. A room on the second floor of the court will be open to the public and will show a live feed of the trial, and even that is going to have limited seats in it, by the way. Now, the trial is probably not going to answer who pulled the trigger. Prosecutors are not arguing that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the defendant, is the one who pulled the trigger that night. The trial likely won't confirm who fired at Tupac. Instead, prosecutors are just going to try to prove that Keefe D made the calls that led to Tupac's death and provided the gun used to shoot him. Keefe D. Dwayne Davis is the co-author of a memoir called Compton Street Legends, which describes his exact role in the shooting. He published a book. He allowed a book to be published describing his exact role in the shooting. The book says that Keefe D obtained a handgun from an associate and tossed it into the back seat of the Cadillac. But he never said who fired the fatal shots. Now, both people in the back seat dead now, so who knows? Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was Keefe D's nephew. He's now no longer among the living, but he was long considered the suspect who pulled the trigger. But charges were never brought against him in the killing. He died 2 years after Tupac's death in an unrelated gang shootout in Compton. I'm sure it was unrelated. Oh, I'm so sure it was unrelated. 2 others, DeAndre Freaky Smith. Oh my God, imagine your little gang nickname is Freaky. DeAndre Freaky Smith and Terry Bubble Up Brown, Jesus Christ, were in the car with Davis and Anderson, but they have since died. All of them are dead except Keefe D from that car. Prosecutors expect to call between 35 and 45 witnesses during the trial, ranging from people who saw Tupac moments before he was shot to people who were in both Shakur and Keefe D's orbits at the time. Their witness list includes former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman and members of Tupac's family. However, not everybody on the list is necessarily going to testify. Rather, attorneys may ask potential jurors if they're familiar with certain names. Leonard Jefferson, a California resident who pulled up next to the BMW and snapped a photograph, which became known as the last photo of Tupac ever, is expected to testify. Oh, interesting. So there's a guy who pulled up next to the car and took a picture of Tupac and Suge Knight. Supposedly is the last picture of them, of Tupac ever alive. He's going to testify in the trial. Oh my God. The state is also expected to call Devontae Lee, who was affiliated with the Southside Crips. In a grand jury testimony, he testified that rival gangs, the Crips and the Mob Piru, were tied to dueling record labels, Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records. Though he wasn't there that night, Devontae Lee also testified that Orlando Anderson didn't have a clear shot. So Smith took the gun. Freaky Smith took the gun and did the shooting. He also said Keefe D was in charge, and he's the one who gave the pew-pew to Anderson, who then passed it over to Freaky Smith. Now, the witness list also includes others who previously testified to the grand jury, including Malcolm Greenidge, who was a friend of Tupac and was traveling in his entourage that night. Reggie Wright, we've heard about him before. He also has gone on DJ Vlad. Reggie Wright, we've heard of him. He grew up in Compton and did security for Death Row Records. He's also expected to testify, but other witnesses will be new, including a former member of Death Row's security team and a former member of Mob Piru, who was at the club that night that Tupac, he was supposed to be going to this show to perform this performance. Tupac was doing a performance. Well, that was going to be at this club, 662. And somebody who was doing security at that club that night is going to testify. Witnesses also include former police officers and detectives, as well as gang experts. Keefe D's defense attorney is expected to call less than a handful of witnesses. That means like 1 or 2. Including one expert in the area of false confessions and coercive interrogation techniques. Prosecutors requested to have multiple out-of-state witnesses testify, but it's unclear who these people are. One of the witnesses, though, is in prison in California. Suge Knight is serving a 28-year prison sentence in California for running over and killing a Compton businessman outside of a burger stand in 2015. He previously said he would not testify in Keefe D's case. But Suge Knight is the only other living eyewitness from that night except Keefe D. They're the 2 living eyewitnesses that we know of. His testimony, Suge Knight's testimony, could make or break the case. Keefe D's defense attorney, Michael Sanft, told the Associated Press that Suge Knight would be a good witness for Keefe D if he testified. He's like, yeah, they can go ahead and call him, but he's going to be good for my client. Fans have also speculated whether Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs will testify. Diddy is currently serving a 4-year prison sentence in New Jersey following his conviction last year. In his book, Keefe D alleged that Diddy wanted Suge Knight and Tupac dead. He offered money, supposedly $1 million to Keefe D to unalive them. Diddy has long denied this allegation, however. He denied any involvement in the shooting. A spokesperson for Diddy did not respond to this news source, which is WLBT.com. Okay. So this is a New York Post article which alleges to have exclusive pictures. Turn on reader view for now. I don't like all this stuff moving around. The gangbanger who allegedly ordered the murder of Tupac undermined his own defense in a braggadocious phone call to his mistress. The New York Post can exclusively reveal. Keefe D contradicted his stance that he lied about orchestrating Tupac's murder. In the 7-minute jail call to his female pal, whose ID is not revealed, the female pal asks, "What's this book they say you wrote?" He says, "Oh yeah, I did." Prosecutors allege that Keefe D was in a car with his nephew and threw him the gun used to shoot Tupac. He was first named as being behind the hit in Los Angeles detective Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap. Now, Murder Rap came out in 2011. I ordered that book. It should be here today. In the jail call, made days after his 2023 arrest, he railed on the former cop over the heat it brought on him. Okay, so Keefe D was on the phone. And Keefe D was on the phone when he first got arrested back in 2023. He was talking to his lady friend. Now, I thought he had a wife, so I don't know who's the lady friend. But he's talking to somebody, and he's like, yeah, fuck that guy, Greg Kading, and his 2011 book, Murder Rap. Now, remember, he was the detective that was looking into this as well, and then he went on to write a book. He had my life effed up. I crawled up under a rock for 6 years. I just got tired of it, Keefe D said on this jail call. You don't say that. They don't know the mother truth, he told the woman, who referred to Keefe D as her husband, despite him being married to a different woman. Okay. The call, obtained by the Post, also corroborates Keefe D's link to other people, including Devontae Dirt Rock Lee. Wait a second. Oh, I thought... Wait a second. I thought he was dead. Or maybe it's... Oh, yeah, it was Freaky with Smith. Devontae and DeAndre, I get their names a little bit mixed up. I have to be able to... I have to do a better job keeping them two straight. The call obtained by the Post also corroborates Keefe D's link to other key people, including Devontae Dirt Rock Lee. Dirt Rock? What the fuck? Who gave testimony to the grand jury, and he will be a witness at the trial, as well as other Crip gang affiliates. It is expected... Hold on, let me see what that picture was. I don't want to show it. Ugh! It's like an autopsy. Oh, God. I'm not showing that picture, but y'all can go and look at it if you want to. It's like literally a picture of him laying there dead. Okay, the Thug Life tattoo on Tupac's torso told a lot about how he wanted to be perceived. This morgue image of Tupac has been entered into evidence in the Dwayne Davis murder trial. It is expected to be used by prosecutors as evidence against Keefe D when his trial begins. Tupac was riding with label boss Marion Suge Knight on the Vegas Strip when he was pew-pewed after a Mike Tyson boxing match in September 1996. He passed away from his injuries in the hospital 6 days later. On the night of Tupac's shooting, he had an altercation with Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, and that was Keefe D's nephew. This happened in the lobby of the MGM Grand Hotel immediately after the Mike Tyson fight. As Keefe D recounts in his book, following the Anderson beating, which was caught on security camera, he said, quote, "We couldn't let no record company studio gangsters do us like that, and they went to find their adversaries." So Keefe D and his crew took their rented white Cadillac and looked for Tupac and Suge Knight. According to Keefe D, he's in the front passenger seat with a .40 caliber Glock that they picked up in Vegas. This is a law enforcement insider close to the case telling the New York Post. Davis, Keefe D, claims in his book that he tossed the Glock in the back seat after they stocked up on Dom Perignon at a liquor store. They then encountered Tupac and Suge Knight. They were on their way to Night Spot Club 662 around 11:15 p.m. Keefe D allegedly pulled up alongside the black BMW with Suge Knight behind the wheel. Quote, Pac pulled out a strap. End quote. Now that's a quote from Keefe D's book. Pac pulled out a strap, referring to a gun. And that's when the fireworks started. This is Vegas-based attorney Mike Sanft. Sits stone-faced alongside his amused client, Keefe D, and this was from July. Sanft said he does not advise settling for anything less than an acquittal. So that's the lawyer, and that's Keefe D. There's Keefe D again. Girl, they feeding him good in prison. My word. He appears for a calendar call and a motion. Okay, he was all... Okay, so Keefe D has always maintained that his nephew pulled the trigger. 2 other people were in the car with him and his nephew that night, but they also are now dead, leaving him and Suge Knight as the only people alive who can testify. A family friend told the New York Post that Keefe D's wife, Paula, is livid with Keefe D for opening his big mouth and causing this problem. At the time of Tupac's death, he was caught up in the notorious East versus West Coast gangster rap war, which pitted him and Knight's Death Row Records against Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' New York-based Bad Boy Records. So that's a picture from the night, from the fight that night. There's the MGM Grand. Associates of Bad Boy and Biggie were present when Tupac was shot multiple times in a studio shooting in 1994. This is the previous one. He didn't die from this one. This is like one, he just, got attacked years before as well. Initially, that's what sparked the feud, and that led to multiple shootings and rap diss tracks, including Tupac's infamous Hit 'Em Up. Tupac and Suge Knight were also associated with the Bloods street gang, while Diddy is rumored to have had ties to the Crips. Both based out of Los Angeles and at war with each other. Despite the animosity, no one in the rap or gang worlds would speak to the cops, and this made investigating the murder much harder. Suge Knight is currently serving a 28-year sentence behind bars after fatally running over a rival record label owner with a truck in 2015. The East-West rap battle claimed its second most high-profile victim, Biggie, in March 1997. He was also killed in a drive-by shooting, which took place outside an automotive museum in L.A. He was also shot 4 times. He had just attended a party to mark the release of his second album, Life After Death. Oh my God. Now, Biggie's murder also remains unsolved, but the motive is widely accepted as being in retaliation for the murder of Tupac. It was during the investigation into Biggie's death that Keefe D first came to the attention of authorities. The LAPD brought him in for questioning in December 2008. And knowing of his gang ties, they asked him about the murder. So they brought Keefe D in originally to ask him about Biggie's murder, not Tupac's. Now he's on trial for Tupac's murder, but they didn't bring him in originally in 2008 to ask him about that at all. They brought him in to ask about Biggie. The LAPD was working on a case against Keefe D for allegedly trafficking large quantities of PCP and cocaine. He said, I can't tell you anything about Biggie, but I can tell you about the case in Las Vegas. Now, this is the infamous, notorious black BMW. Now, when they called Keefe D in to talk about Biggie, he's like, I don't have any answers about no Biggie, but I could tell you about Tupac, but I'm not about to self-snitch. So I'll tell you about Tupac, but you got to give me immunity. And they did. They gave him what's called a proffer agreement. This is a process in which anything self-incriminating a subject says during interviews cannot be then used to prosecute them. There's this quote from an anonymous insider source. It says, quote, Keefe D's nephew was always the primary suspect. That would be Orlando Baby Lane. He was a known shooter. He was already a suspect in at least one other murder, and he was the one who was attacked by Tupac. He was also a known gang member, so Orlando had motive, he had means. So Keefe D basically corroborated what everyone always suspected, but he then added he tossed the gun into the back seat. As the senior gang member, he wanted Anderson to carry out that shooting. Sources believe that Keefe D misunderstood how the terms of his agreement with the cops worked. He suddenly started talking about being the shot caller years later because he didn't think he could ever get in trouble for that murder. He thought he had full immunity, but that's not what he had. He started going on different platforms and talking about the murder. I think his narcissism and his hubris blinded him to the reality that you can't talk about this stuff. While material submitted in a proffer session cannot be used in court to prosecute, law enforcement sources made it clear that admitting to a crime publicly on a podcast or in a book always makes you liable for it, even if you had a proffer agreement somehow. On September 29, 2023, police arrested Keefe D in front of his home in Henderson, Nevada, near Las Vegas. In his jailhouse call, he was confident of beating the rap, saying, quote, I got some good ass attorney. He came out of retirement to help me and he got all my stuff. So I got a big ass win and I'm going to sue the beep out of their asses. Top Vegas lawyer Mike Sanf is representing Keefe D. He would not comment about the phone call to the Post, but called the Clark County District Attorney's case weak, maintaining they don't have enough evidence for a conviction. They probably don't. I'll be surprised if he gets, is this a Wayans brother? I'll be surprised if he gets actually in trouble or convicted, but maybe he will. I mean, maybe, who knows? Now, Keefe D's lawyer claimed that Keefe D was exercising his First Amendment right to free speech, even though it was not in good taste. The trial is expected to provide some explosive moments, with Suge Knight on the witness list to give evidence. Hip-hop fans are also intrigued to hear if Diddy, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, is brought up during the trial. But mostly, they are excited about finally finding out what actually happened on the night Tupac's legend was cut short. It was Marlon. I hope so. If he had something to do with it anyway. You Love said, Puff will get indicted over this. Mark my words. All right, everybody, mark the words. Take the screenshot. All right. So this is cool. I wanted to show y'all this too. This is like a master Reddit. Y'all know I love me some like Reddit curation. I don't love Reddit, but I do like the curation. Oh, wait. This is witness list. This ain't Reddit. Hold on. I'm just looking for some like any breaking updates. Oh, let's go to our friends. Nothing else new here. Oh, wait. She did put up something new. All right. Let's go to our eyes and ears inside the court. Okay. So there is supposed to be a live stream. When did you get mods? Since day one of this channel. There is supposed to be a live stream of the trial, but today is not... jury selection is part of the trial, but this isn't like where the prosecutors or even the defense has like stood up and said their opening statements. The first thing they have to do before they can start doing all that is to choose a jury. And courts are very protective over jurors' identities and jurors being exposed to, media like recording the jurors and stuff. So sometimes there will be like extra privacy for the jury selection process. Now, the jury selection process started today. It is expected to last up to possibly a week. So, if they're not going to be like live streaming it at all, I'll probably just cover this, intermittently until Monday when the trial starts, because they haven't, it's been going on an hour and a half and they haven't even provided an update yet, except from this lady right here, SKG. So, she's there at the court. Let me, reshare this just to make sure that I have the volume. Sometimes I'll be playing it. It's like I don't have the audio turned on. So it looks like there's something new here right here. 43 minutes.
No money, no place to stay. And it was like a really hard time in my life. And so I had called his mother and I was just, saying like, I don't have anything. And she asked me, did I get my mechanical licensing, my royalties? And I didn't know anything about that because nobody taught me the music industry. I was young, so I didn't know about contracts. I didn't know about royalties, business, anything of that nature. And I was on the phone crying and
a lot of people don't.
Was like, no. And she was like, you have a check from Interscope. I need to get you your check. And she had her attorney.
Okay, I don't think this is about... This is not about the trial. It says... Okay, so Halisha SKG Choice says Afeni Shakur helped to rebuild her life when she and her daughter were facing homelessness. So she's a former Death Row Records artist, told Worldwide Entertainment TV she did not understand the mechanical royalties or know that money from Interscope was waiting for her. According to SKG, Afeni connected her with an attorney who helped her recover what was rightfully hers. That money allowed her to buy a new home, a car, and return to school and get her life back on track. Watch the complete interview on WWE TV. Okay, so she has this. I'll follow that one too. So this is her like rapper artist account. Okay. This was posted 2 days ago. She said, the courts have officially sent me the trial schedule. The proceedings are scheduled from Monday, August 10th through September 4th. That's my birthday. Virgo season. During this time, my platforms will be primarily focused on my coverage of the Tupac and Keefe D murder trial, including trial updates, recaps, commentary, and analysis. Week 1 is already fully booked. Beginning week 2, I will be available for select media interviews, trial recaps, and analysis. Okay, cool. For media inquiries, interview requests, and bookings, please contact press@halecia.com. HELECIA. Shout out to her. I'm so glad there's someone inside the court. Okay, so Megan Cuniff claimed that she was going to be covering this. Let me go to her YouTube channel. I don't think she's covering it. She said she was, but looks like she's covering that lady that killed her kids instead. Okay, so let's read this article. Oh, she did Can't See Me. Shout out to her. Okay, so let's just keep it moving right along and read another article. This one is from about a week ago. Witness list released for Keefe D Tupac murder trial. Suge Knight, Lombardo, and others to testify. The jury trial for the man accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac is scheduled to begin on August 10th. Okay, so News Now 8 had obtained the witness list. In September 2023, Clark County grand jury indicted Keefe D. A murder charge for his shooting death. He has remained in custody on a $750,000 bond since his arrest. Now, he did try to get out, and there was like some interesting funding arguments about the fact that there was this like entertainment company that wanted to pay for his bail or his bond or whatever. But the judge wouldn't let that happen because it was like unclear where the money came from. That was something interesting I remember happening a couple years ago. Anyway, the jury trial is set. Now, something else that happened in the time that Keefe D was being held in jail, in jail awaiting trial, he got in a fight in jail. He got in a physical fight, and he claims it was like to defend himself or whatever, but he's already gone to trial for that fight and been charged criminally for that fight and sentenced to more jail time for that fight. So he already has like a whole nother side plot going on with the jail fight that had nothing to do with this, but he was in jail. And so that whole thing had already happened. So I think that's another reason why they're not letting him out. In his 2019 book and in online interviews, Keefe D was, or said publicly that he was sitting in the front passenger seat of the car, which pulled up side by side with Tupac, to Tupac's car before the shooting near the Vegas Strip. Marion Suge Knight, the then head of Death Row Records, was driving the car that Tupac was in, and Tupac was in the passenger seat of that black car, a black BMW. Suge Knight was injured during in the shooting, and Tupac died from his injuries several days later. Keefe D's attorney filed 3 motions attempting to sequester the jury and dismiss evidence, including the 2019 book. So Keefe D's lawyer tried to keep the evidence out of the courtroom of that book. He did not want that book coming in the courtroom, and he did not want the interviews that were recorded back in 2008 coming in to the courtroom. But here's the problem. That's the whole entire evidence. I mean, that's the major evidence that the prosecutors are going to be relying on, is the book and the statements to the cops and the statements in podcasts. I think those are the major pieces of evidence that prosecution is going to rely on. And so without that evidence, I mean, that was pretty much most of the case. But 2 months ago, the judge denied sequestering the jury, but allowed for the option of sequestering the jury to be discussed at a later date. The judge also sided with prosecutors that the 2019 book was admissible. But she said that she did take issue with the recordings conducted by the police, saying it was not clearly admissible, but they could revisit it. The ruling means the 2019 book is going to be heard for trial. Okay, I think this has now been overridden. Here are some of the more notable people expected to testify during the trial. Number 1, we already heard, Suge Knight, 61 years old, injured in the same shooting that killed Tupac. The witness document lists his address as the California Department of Corrections. He's currently serving a 28-year sentence for voluntary manslaughter. All right. Oscar Goodman is on the witness list, 87 years old. He was 87 years old. He was the mayor of Vegas from 1999 to 2011. Before he was the mayor, he worked as a defense attorney, often representing defendants accused of organized crime. So he's like a mob guy, clearly. His son, Ross Goodman, also an attorney, previously appeared in court alongside Keefe D, but he was not officially retained for the case. David Chesnoff, a law partner of his, was also listed. Interesting. They're never beating the mob allegations. Then there's Governor Joe Lombardo. Republican Governor Joe Lombardo became an officer with the Vegas Police Department in 1988, 8 years before the shooting. And he was the sheriff of the department from 2015 to 2023. Keefe D was arrested shortly after Lombardo transitioned to being governor. Another person on the list of witnesses is Reggie Wright Jr., former head of security of Death Row Records. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis said that Reggie Wright was the man who organized the hit on Tupac. Reggie Wright Sr. is also listed on the document. There's also members of the Shakur family that are maybe going to be called. Several members of his family are set to testify, including Sakiwa. Sakiwa. I don't know how to say the name. I'm so sorry. That is Tupac's sister, Sakiwa. Somebody tell me how to say that. Maurice, also Shakur, also expected to testify, as well as Katari Cox, who is Tupac's cousin. Now, in addition to all that, they are expecting to call up to the stand documentarians. Found that to be very interesting. Several of the people listed on the witness list document are directors and producers of documentaries or docuseries about Tupac's murder, including Richard Bond, Mario Diaz, and Mike Dorsey. Additional names mentioned in the document include Kirk Burroughs, one of the founders of Bad Boy Records. Wow. Look how they put that in here, too. 8 News Now. Look how they wrote that. That's so shady. Diddy would have a bitch fit. Kirk Burroughs, the founder of Bad Boy Records. Ooh, Diddy would have a stroke. Too bad he's in solitary confinement for being an imbecile. Anyway, additionally, Paula Clemens, who's Keefe D's wife, and Gene Deal, my uncle Gene Deal's going to be in there. Oh, Lord. He was Diddy's bodyguard. I started calling him my uncle during the Diddy trial. Okay, what else? Yusuf Jah, who is the co-author of the 2019 book Compton Street Legends, and Leonard Jefferson, who took a photo of Tupac. Okay, so Leonard Jefferson, the like kind of like fan or whatever, who took that photo, that last known photo of Tupac in the car minutes before the shooting. Now, more people were named. Trayvon Lane, who was involved in the brawl, the fight in the MGM after the boxing match with Mike Tyson and whatever his name was, Selden. So Trayvon Lane, I don't know if it's Trayvon or Trayvon. He was involved in a brawl with the nephew and Tupac and all that at the MGM in the hours before the shooting. And also Rashina Smith, girlfriend of Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Orlando was Keefe D's nephew, had gotten jumped that night. Now his ex-girlfriend from at the time, 30 years ago, is also on the list to testify. But at the time, she was a primary person of interest. Okay, so that I'm sure will be brought up. If they do bring her up, that's going to get asked, right? Like, well, how do we know she didn't do it? She has a lot of reason to keep herself out of jail or whatever. Also mentioned on the list of witnesses was Frank Alexander, which is Tupac's bodyguard. Judy said this might explain why Gene Deal hasn't done any interviews in months. Could be. All right. So we did already talk a little bit about his lawyer, but there's like a special, specific article about the lawyer. Interesting to me that this lawyer took this case pro bono. That means for free. That's different than contingency. You can take a case contingency, and that means if the client wins any money, then that's when the lawyer gets paid. If the client doesn't win any money, then the lawyer doesn't get paid. This is not a contingency case. This is a criminal defense lawyer who's taking this case for free. He's representing Keefe D for free. It's not a public defender. It's a private criminal defense lawyer, but he's taking the case pro bono. He says he believes his client is innocent. Michael Sanft represents Keefe D, the only person charged in the killing of Tupac. And I think that's him right there. Las Vegas, the defense attorney for the only man charged in the 1996 murder of Tupac, said that he took the case pro bono and he believes his client did not commit the crime. Michael Sanft represents Keefe D, who was arrested in 2023, nearly 30 years after Tupac was shot and killed. The criminal defense attorney has 25 years experience. He said he was contacted by a colleague after Dwayne Keefe D. Davis' previous attorney withdrew from the case. His current attorney said he was not familiar with Keefe D when he received the call. I did not know who he was. I just didn't keep up with it. Now, this lawyer says he agreed to take the case without a retainer, in part to avoid the financial constraints that he said may have contributed to the departures of prior counsel. I didn't want to be hemmed up for payment. By not being tethered to a financial expectation by the family or Keefe D, it allows me to just run free and just do it the way I need to get it done. When the lawyer joined this case just in April, Discovery stood at approximately 2,000 pages, and he said the number has since grown to 14,000 pages. Spanning multiple jurisdictions, this includes LAPD, the Compton Police Department, and the FBI. The lawyer said a team of 4 has been working around the clock since April. The lawyer said he refused to push back the trial date, which had already been set by the previous counsel for Keefe D. He said, I don't want Keefe D to stay in custody for a second longer than necessary. He said, quote, this is the lawyer, when I had looked through what I had in the beginning, I believe Keefe D didn't need to be in custody a minute longer than he needed to be. He didn't need to be in custody any longer than he needed to be. Yeah, no shit. As part of the preparation, the lawyer said he traveled to Compton, California to walk the neighborhoods where events connected to the case took place. He said the city, roughly 10 miles by 10 miles, contained 50 to 53 sets of Crip or Blood gangs operating in close proximity. He said, quote, walking sort of the neighborhood where these competing gangs existed side by side tells you just how compact this whole thing really was. The lawyer also attended the funeral of Keefe D's father in Compton early in the case. He said he went partly for research purposes and partly out of respect for his client, who was in custody and unable to attend his father's funeral. I felt like it was important as a representative myself to step in and be there on his behalf for his father. The lawyer said he expects the trial to last 5 or 6 weeks. Jury selection will involve standard questions about financial hardship, familiarity with law enforcement, and knowledge of Tupac. The lawyer said, quote, I would expect if the question is asked, does anyone here know the name Tupac? I think pretty much everyone's going to raise their hands. It's whether or not you can be fair and presume that the man sitting there accused of the crime is innocent until such time as they prove otherwise. The lawyer said he sought to have the jury sequestered. He said he had concerns about media coverage during the trial, but the request to have the jury sequestered was not granted. He said the court agreed to other protective measures, including having jurors entered through private elevators, remain in the jury deliberation room during breaks, and have lunch brought to them each day. But the lawyer said there's no way around it. When you walk out of that building, you are going to be bombarded with things. The lawyer said Keefe D's book has become a centerpiece of the prosecution's case, but the lawyer declined to say whether it supports or undermines his client's defense, noting the matter would be decided at trial. He said, on the question of whether Keefe D was going to testify, the lawyer said, well, that's not my decision to make. That's Keefe D's decision. Every defendant has the right to testify on their own behalf. I cannot force someone to either testify or not testify. The lawyer said Keefe D has been kept informed throughout the process and described his client as hopeful ahead of the trial. He is relieved that we are moving at the pace that we are. The trial is scheduled to begin today, as you know. Now, I did look this guy up, and all roads leads to Mormons, girl, because look at him. Look where he went to law school. Michael Sant is a Mormon. I mean, I don't care. Like, it don't really matter, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. How many lawyers are there even in the world who went to BYU? About Us. And this is in Vegas. That's him right there. Tonga. He's from Tonga. This is the lawyer. Our lead trial attorney, Mike Sant, grew up on the island of Tonga, his childhood home, and had no electricity and shared a single water faucet with 3 other houses. At age 12, Mike and his family flew from Tonga to San Diego in search of a new life. I wonder if that was because they had been converted to Mormonism. As he watched the green island disappear below, Mike promised himself 2 things. Number 1, to always honor the people, place, and culture that raised him. And 2, to seize the opportunity America provided. Years later, after his LDS mission, Mike enrolled at BYU, Hawaii. It was there that he found a bridge to his native culture as a dancer at the Polynesian Cultural Center. As a dancer for the PCC, Mike learned how to perform and, most importantly, how to form real connections with different cultures and people. Through performing at the Polynesian Cultural Center, Mike stayed true to his first promise of honoring the people, place, and culture that raised him. It was now time to focus on the second promise he made himself, seizing the opportunity that America provided. Given his relentless work ethic, natural ability to connect with people, and desire to help society's most vulnerable individuals, becoming an attorney was the next logical step in his journey. Sure enough, Mike did just that. Putting his performance and people skills to good use, he went on to become one of the most respected and effective trial attorneys in America. Well, I never heard of him. Having obtained favorable jury verdicts and settlements for hundreds of clients. During his decades of practice, Mike has tried more than 150 cases to jury verdict and has litigated cases all the way up to the Ninth Circuit. In a day and age where most lawyers are lucky to take 10 cases to trial in their entire career, Mike's experience trying over 150 cases to jury verdict and having reached strong settlements for hundreds more clients truly sets him apart. To give himself even more of an edge, Mike has partnered with lawyers who previously defended the very companies he now sues in the product liability world. With decades of trial experience, immense respect from judges, attorneys, and colleagues within the legal community of Nevada, and a team of lawyers who have the inside track on how to pursue corporate wrongdoers, Mike and SOS Injury Lawyers are ready to hold companies accountable on your behalf. And here's the other lawyers at the firm: Ryan Saldanaha and Christian Kaskla. Anyway, I thought y'all would find that interesting. Just a little portion on the lawyer. He just took the case on in April pro bono. I think we already read this one. Witness list released. Davis is the only person arrested in connection. Suge Knight might come onto the stand. The only other surviving witness to the murder. Let's see if she hasn't put up any new things from inside. Oh, no, that's not. Hold on, let me go. Okay, I'm actually a little surprised we haven't gotten any updates from inside the courtroom. Keefe D trial live update. Let's go to Twitter. Oh. Oh. Girl, I think we got a live feed. Do we have a live feed? Hold on.
Mr. Davis, my understanding is that Mr. Santos made you aware that you have the right to have the jury
Thank God.
you if they come
I think we got the live feed.
Murder verdict, and you have decided to waive that right. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Okay, so what that means is
This might not be from today because it don't look like it's live actually. Hold on. We got something to watch though. Hold on. Let me bring it up for y'all.
anything else that we wanted to talk about the jury selection protocol, because it is different from how we usually do it.
I got it.
No? Okay. Mr. Davis, my understanding is that Mr. Sampton made you aware that you have the right to have the jury sentence you if they come back on a first-degree murder verdict, and you have decided to waive that right. Is that correct?
That's fine.
Okay. So what that means is when I am talking to the jurors, I'm not going to tell them what the potential penalties are for first-degree murder. Additionally, I'm not going to ask them if they can abide.
This must be a hearing from some other time. Look, it says ended 1 hour ago. It's 18 minutes long, though, so let's watch it.
By those penalties and come up with a sentencing agreement or sentencing decision. And then at the end of the day, if that is the verdict, it would be me sentencing you on that as well as the enhancement. Is that your understanding of everything that would happen given this waiver?
Enhancement.
Yeah. So in general, the defense would have, or sorry, the jury would be able to sentence you on the first-degree murder portion. That carries either 20 years to life, or 20 to 50 years, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole. In any case, if there's an enhancement, and in this case there are two enhancements, there's both the gang enhancement as well as the deadly weapon enhancement, that is left up to the judge. In this case, if it's a first-degree murder, that has to be an equal and consecutive 20 to life sentence or life without the possibility, well, 20 to 50 sentence, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole. So that would be up to the judge sentencing, no matter what the jury found. I'll give you a moment to consult with Mr. Saint.
Judge, I have a question while they're talking. Because you intend to impanel 36, is that 8 and 2 instead of 8 and 1?
Yes.
So it's 10 total.
Yeah, so I'll go over that, the general guidelines at this point.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit, but I might slow it back down just so we can get through some of this dead space.
Once I finish with the canvas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Davis, you understand then what we've gone over? Any other questions I can answer at this time?
All good.
Okay, and you wish to waive your right to have the jury sentence you on the first-degree murder if that is their verdict?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will have the stipulation and waiver of penalty phase, or penalty hearing, filed. That should cut down the potential, for how long this trial will last.
Okay.
Previous discussions had been 4 to 5 weeks. Is that still accurate state? To qualify the jury for?
Yes.
Mr. Stamp, do you think that sounds reasonable, or do you?
He looks
Yeah,
different.
I believe that's reasonable. I do have one concern that's popped up that I wasn't anticipating.
What?
I might be asking the court for a day to depose,
A day?
a day to depose Steve Wilson on August 19th. So apparently my office had submitted a deposition subpoena for Mr. Wolfson to make an appearance on a separate issue that's not related.
Unrelated to this case, you have a legal matter.
Correct,
That
Your
may
Honor.
have to occur.
Okay.
And that would be on the 19th.
Okay, and let me look.
Now, my concern is, of course, I would have moved it, but the problem is, though, that particular
And it would be in the
issue-
afternoon?
it-
Well, so here's why I'm saying that. I had gone dark on several of my civil days, but I was going every other day so I could keep my civil cases on track.
Yes.
So the 19th, we are starting at 1.
Okay,
So if it's able to be in the morning, let me know. If it's something that has to be in the afternoon, let me know as soon as that happens.
I guess it just depends on how long we talk in that deposition, Your Honor. It might go a little longer. I'm hoping to get it done as quickly as possible. I just want to let the court know that
This guy's cool. Look at his like hand tattoo.
we may get a little chatty in that one. And I'm anticipating that there will be a motion filed by the state anyways on that one to stay that particular deposition date because of some type of privilege that might be asserted. So as a result, I think there might be some technical things. We just have
Okay.
not received any notice so far.
So I guess, if that's something that comes up, we can address it as it comes up. I will definitely try to work around your schedule as I can. I understand it's hard to block out an entire month for trial, so just keep us up in the loop.
I will.
And then, if possible, do it in the morning, but if not, I completely understand.
It's gonna start in the morning. I just don't know if it's gonna traipse into the
Sure.
afternoon.
He don't know. So I think he should just ask off.
Anything to add on that? Looks like nothing from the state. Let's go over our jury selection protocols real quick.
Nice.
Just so I have them on record, and then we'll bring our jury in.
Girl. This was going on. Nobody told me.
So this is going to be just sort of a special selection process. We're going to start with a panel for the hardship challenge, the hardship issues, and then for the second half of the hardship challenges, as well as the individual questioning, we're going to move into individual sequester. That's the agreement between the parties, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it sounds like you guys know what's going to happen a little better than I do because you proposed it. So I'm going to sit back and watch, and I've got kind of the idea of what's going to happen there. The alternates in this case, we are going to do 4 alternates given the length of the case. And so we are going to then they're going to be in seats 13, 14, 15, and 16 once in panels. Preempts, like usual, we're going to exercise using the paper pass back and forth method. As we've already discussed, we will be bringing the jurors back for the peremptory challenges. So I anticipate having this full box filled on that day, which will be Thursday at 1 p.m. Do we anticipate once we get into the sequestered voir dire doing cause challenges up here at the bench?
Whatever court's preference is.
Let's try to do it that way and see how that works.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am.
So then after every juror, we'll have everyone approach, say pass or challenge. Okay? Perfect. If you exercise all your preempts, you must use one on the alternate chairs. Mr. DiGiacomo brought up a very good point because we have extra peremptory or extra alternates here. You are getting an extra peremptory challenge. So you're going to get 10 total. Your last 2 have to be used on those alternate chairs, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Waiver of one challenge is not a waiver of all. And then like we just talked about, the challenges for cause will be up the bench after each side is finished with their questioning. If it happens earlier, you just don't think this is a suitable
Taking
person,
some
it
notes.
becomes very apparent. And you just guys want to approach in the middle. Let's do it that way. Okay? We don't have as many issues ultimately with other jurors being tainted by answers, so we can do a deeper dive than usual, given the individual sequestered nature.
Yes, Your
So,
Honor.
anything else?
Not a mistake.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Let's bring in the jury. Why did they end this? Is that it? Girl. Okay, that was it.
Yes,
Okay?
Wah,
So then
wah.
after every juror, we'll have everyone approach, say pass or challenge. Okay? Perfect. If you exercise all your preempts, you must use one on the alternate chairs. Mr. DiGiacomo brought up a very good point because we have extra alternates here. You are getting an extra peremptory challenge. So you're going to get 10 total. Your last 2 have to be used on those alternate chairs, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Waiver of one challenge is not a waiver of all. And then like we just talked about, the challenges for cause will be up the bench after each side is finished with their questioning. If it happens earlier, you just don't.
Okay, so this is from today.
Becomes very apparent.
This guy looks very different. I would not even recognize him. He looks very different. It's not over. No, it's not over. It's still ongoing. It's going to be going on for all week. Apparently, they're going to be having some type of thing on Thursday too. But I'm glad that we found that video. Let's see if we can find anything else. Okay, so that was on Twitter. Just sitting right there. Let's go to the Fox News. Are they live now on what? Oh, that's Lindsay Clancy. WNBA. I'm looking specifically for... It was just this one right here.
Anything else that we wanted to talk about the jury selection protocol?
Okay, so we just watched that. Let me go back to this and just look up like Tupac. Let's see. I'm looking on Twitter. All right. It does say watch live, but it's not live. I guess they unlived. See, look. It says watch live. But then you click on it, it's not there. Okay. This came out today, like about an hour ago, on PBS. Trial will bring to a head one of the biggest mysteries in the hip-hop world that gripped the public for decades. The case went cold until recent years. Here's what to know. When and where the trial will be. Jury selection starts Monday. That's expected to take a few days. Then the prosecution and defense will give opening statements. Inside the courtroom, seats for the public will be in short supply. With a daily lottery for a chance to get one, a room on the second floor of the court will be open to the public and will show a live feed of the trial. And Tupac's cousin Kendrick Lassagne, was among the family and supporters outside the courthouse Monday morning. The Atlanta resident said he was looking forward to seeing justice served for his relative, who he described as an angel from God and a righteous man. Whoever had anything to do with it, whoever set it up, whoever had any hand in it, should be locked up in prison. They should do significant time because they took away a beautiful person, an icon, a legend, and a great human being. 35 to 45 potential witnesses. 35 to 45 potential witnesses to be called at trial, ranging from people who saw Tupac moments before he was shot, people who were in his and David Keefe D's orbits at the time. Their witness list includes former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman, members of the Shakur family. However, not everyone on the list will necessarily testify. Devontae Lee, grand jury testimony. He wasn't there that night. Malcolm Greenidge, a friend of Tupac who was traveling in his entourage that night. Reggie Wright, who grew up in Compton. Other witnesses will be new. Former member of Death Row's security team. Witnesses also include former police officers, detectives, gang experts. Davis's defense attorney is expected to call less than a handful of witnesses. Prosecutors requested to have multiple out-of-state witnesses testify. Okay. Whew. All right. So we already read this one right here. Witness list released. And there was all this kind of like hype, right? About, is Suge Knight going to testify? He was in the other car, et cetera, et cetera. He wasn't in the, he was not in the, okay. There's two cars, right? A black car, a white car. The black car is the one Tupac was in. The white car is the one Keefe D was in, where the bullet flew from. Suge Knight was shot at. Suge Knight was in the car with Tupac. He was shot at, but he did not die. So you would think he would be wanting to testify against the people who killed his artist and all of that. But we're getting news, breaking news today, this morning. Suge Knight is not about to testify. He said they better not. They better not call me up there because they better leave me out of it. So let's go to the article here. ABC News, quote, leave me out of it. Suge Knight says he does not want to testify in this murder trial. He has been a dominant persona in the world of hip-hop for more than 3 decades. He also remains the only living eyewitness to the drive-by assassination of Tupac. Well, him and Keefe D. And from prison, Suge Knight said he still refuses to cooperate with law enforcement as prosecutors try to convict the only man ever charged in connection with the shooting of Tupac. He said, quote, this trial has nothing to do with me. And if somebody brings me there, it's going to hurt whoever brings me there. I promise you that. Suge Knight said in an interview last week. So he's not even only saying, oh, I'll testify in favor of Keefe D if Keefe D calls me, but fuck them prosecutors. And he's not saying, oh, fuck Keefe D, I'm ready to testify against him. And Keefe D better not be the one subpoenaing me. He said either side who subpoenas him, he is going to be bad news for them. He's gonna not tell the truth or something. He just said this last week. 61-year-old Suge Knight, now serving an unrelated 28-year sentence in California for voluntary manslaughter stemming from a 2015 fatal hit and run in Los Angeles, is well aware that jury selection starts today in Las Vegas in the trial of a one-time Crips gang leader, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Nearly 30 years to the day that Tupac was gunned down in the passenger seat of a BMW that Suge Knight was driving. Keefe D is accused of murder for allegedly giving his crew the order to open fire on Tupac in retaliation for a fight. In the months after Tupac succumbed to his injuries, Suge Knight told ABC News he would not cooperate with law enforcement in their investigation. He said, "I don't get paid to solve homicides." That's him right there. And again, it was his artist who was killed. Now, locked up in a state penitentiary near San Diego, Suge Knight has not changed his tune. He said, "They make me come there against my will. If Keefe D's lawyers bring me there, it don't look good for him. If the prosecutors bring me there, it don't look good for them either. Leave me out of it." It was the night of September 7th, 1996, and Suge Knight and Tupac were in Las Vegas to see Mike Tyson fight Bruce Seldon at the MGM Grand. The bout was a big draw for glitterati gangs and their entourages, particularly from Southern California. Also in Vegas that night, according to prosecutors, was Keefe D, allegedly traveling with his nephew and several others. When the action in the ring ended, another fight broke out in the casino lobby. It was Tupac and Suge Knight, who had encountered Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. So Suge Knight and Tupac run into this guy, Baby Lane. They were told that Baby Lane had allegedly been involved in trying to steal a Death Row Records pendant months earlier, a major infraction in the hip-hop world. Suge Knight led Death Row Records, and he and Tupac confronted Baby Lane and jumped him in a beatdown that was caught on hotel security cameras. After it was over, detectives have said, Keefe D and his companions went searching for Tupac, allegedly to get revenge. Now, authorities claim they waited at the Las Vegas night spot run at the time by Suge Knight, but that him and Tupac didn't show up. So soon after they left, the car in which Davis was allegedly riding wound up right alongside, they say red BMW, it was not red, it was white, that he was driving according to Davis's past accounts and prosecutors. Now, Tupac was hanging out of the car's sunroof. Screaming fans were trailing them at the time. Wow, this is crazy. They have this thing up at a museum? Jesus. The BMW that he was riding in when he was fatally shot is for sale. Ugh. At a stoplight at the intersection of East Flamingo Road and Koval Lane, Tupac and Knight were shot. Knight was injured in the hail of bullets. Shakur, Tupac, in grave condition, was rushed to the hospital. He died 6 days later. You have people who wasn't there, said Suge Knight, wasn't in the car, but they're telling the story? As years turned to decades with no charges in the death, many observers thought the case would remain unsolved forever. But then, in September 2023, authorities arrested Keefe D, a self-confessed longtime leader of the Crips in Compton. He had retired to the Las Vegas suburbs. He was charged with murder and the use of a deadly weapon with the intent to promote, further, or assist a gang. He's been in custody ever since. Through the course of public interviews, statements to law enforcement, and even his own memoir, Keefe D has repeatedly admitted to his alleged role in Tupac's death. He has pleaded not guilty since being arrested. And last year in March, he did an interview with ABC News, and he told them that his prior confessions were lies. He's actually innocent. Now, if he is convicted, the 63-year-old will likely never walk out of prison a free man. Once a jury is chosen, the trial is expected to last about 4 weeks. Suge Knight is listed as a possible witness, but he ain't going to be coming in and doing answering truthfully, it sounds like. Once a jury is chosen, in the interview, So, in an interview last week, Suge Knight did another interview last week. He continued to make no effort to hide his disdain for Keefe D. He don't like Keefe D. But still, his long-standing ties to the Bloods street gang in Compton, he insisted he's not a rat. My loyalty to Tupac can never be compromised. Me as a man, what I believe in can't be compromised. I'm not there to help him, and I'm damn sure not there to hurt him. To actually get on the stand and point somebody out, it's worse than taking the gun and shooting that man in the head. And this is like something that criminally minded criminals think, okay? It is not the same to testify against a murderer as it is to murder. But these criminally minded imbeciles and lunatics that obviously need to be locked up in prison, they say shit like this. It makes no damn sense. And I think they've said it so much that a lot of people in my generation actually believe it. It's like the worst thing you could do is be a snitch. That's worse than abusing a child to these people. It's just as bad to testify and speak truthfully as it is to pull a gun out and shoot somebody in the head. I mean, that's what these lunatics think. I mean, these people are freaking crazy. One of the reasons you won't find me in Vegas going to this trial, I mean, who knows? Me being online on this internet and talking about a trial is just as bad as killing people, according to some of these criminally minded lunatics. I mean, I think they need to leave him locked up. I think they need to leave him locked up and stop asking him questions. Anyway, Suge Knight said if you shoot a person in the head, they only die once. If you get on the stand and you snitch on that person, they die 1,000,000 times. So why wouldn't you want to snitch on a person who killed your most profitable artist? It don't make no sense. And I think it's because these people's frontal lobes stop developing around the age of 12 or 13. And they just never grow up. They're just stupid. They're just stupid criminals. I mean, I'm just going to listen. Don't want to be called a stupid criminal, don't act like one. How about? Anyway, Suge Knight goes on, quote, I'm not going to be responsible for sending another man to prison for the rest of his life. If God's forgiving, who am I to think I'm bigger than God and don't forgive? 'Cause I'm not. Okay. God might be forgiving, but God also don't run people over with their car in a hit and run. So it's very interesting to me that Suge Knight likes to try to act like he wants to be like God in some circumstances, but he's also a murderer. Like, what the fuck? I will never understand how a criminal mind works. I just won't. Keefe D's attorney did not respond to an ABC News request for comment on Suge Knight's statements. The Clark County District Attorney's Office prosecuting Davis also declined to comment, noting how many times Keefe D has admitted to his alleged role in Tupac's death. Suge Knight said he was amused at the idea that Keefe D's lawyers would plan to argue he wasn't even in Las Vegas at the night of that shooting. Suge Knight said, if that's his defense, he might as well go out with a bang, walking in, sock his lawyer right in the face because you already put yourself there. This is a violent criminal. Everything he says is about shooting somebody in the head, socking somebody in the face, killing somebody over and over. It's like Suge Knight is completely infested with demons and he doesn't think about anything else other than violence and murder. I mean, it's clear. Like every statement he makes has something about violence, murder, shooting, hitting. Look. He might as well go out with a bang, walking in, and sock his lawyer right in the face because you already put yourself there. Suge Knight goes on. If somebody's falling off the cliff and you know this little twig, this little bitty flowers and daisies or whatever, it's not going to hold you up, but they're just grabbing and trying, knowing it's not going to hold him up, that's what he's doing. Now, Keefe D's attorneys have tried to keep Keefe D's public statements out of the trial, but that has been unsuccessful. He has argued that he only confessed for profit and clout because he thought he had immunity from prosecution, stemming from a 2008 interview with the Joint LA Federal Task Force. He felt he was untouchable, said Suge Knight about Keefe D. He wanted to talk bad about Pa. He just wanted to talk. He kept talking till they put handcuffs on him. Suge Knight told ABC News he doesn't think it matters whether he testifies. Everything he said and talked about, he already told on himself. So what you going to do? Erase all the recordings of the interviews he did? 30 years after witnessing the killing of the rap star he helped create, Suge Knight said he still misses Tupac. There's not a day that goes by that me personally don't think about Tupac or miss him. That's my brother. While Tupac's mark on the music industry and culture is likely to come up during the jury selection this week, it's also a feature in Suge Knight's own family. My youngest son, his name is Legend. He plays basketball. He's great at it. Sports. He's smart in school, but on his own, he's an artist. He's a rapper. He's only 16, and his favorite rapper is Tupac. His friend's favorite rapper is Tupac. So this younger generation still believes in and loves Tupac, including my own son. Tupac is not here. Well, I wouldn't say he's not here because he's in everybody's mind. And the people who knew him, he's in their heart. Okay, so Suge Knight made another statement here. He promised to derail the trial if he's called to testify. He told prosecutors he's staying silent on Tupac's murder, even though he's obviously not staying silent on Tupac's murder. This is another one that just is obsessed with clout. On the one hand, he's like, oh no, I'm not saying anything. On the other hand, he's doing several interviews. So it's kind of like, pick a side, dude. Pick a side, dude. Yeah, basically he's saying Keefe D did it, but he doesn't want to say it in court, so he's not a snitch. Okay, Paw Paw. Exactly. Exactly. Suge Knight tells prosecutors he's staying silent on the murder, except when he's doing these interviews with all these people, citing loyalty and street code over legal cooperation in the Keefe D trial. And if you're more beholden to street code, you need to stay locked up. If you can't live by the laws of the land, you need to stay locked in a cage until you can. Suge's just mad because he actually got held accountable. Shout out to Tufstino in the chats. Okay, that's him right there. Let me turn on reader view. Suge Knight. Oh, what the hell? What? Why did it turn it into... What? When I try to... What the hell? It changes languages when I try to turn on the reader view. Allhiphop.com. Very strange. Suge Knight is the only living eyewitness. Go away. To hip hop's most infamous murder. Yet, he's made it crystal clear he's not going to be helping prosecutors put Dwayne Keefe D. Davis away for Tupac's murder. The Death Row Records founder sat down with ABC News this week and doubled down on his refusal to testify, drawing a hard line between loyalty to his fallen brother and cooperation with the legal system. This trial has nothing to do with me. And he said if prosecutors force him to the stand, it don't look good for them. His reasoning cuts deeper than street code. He explained that testifying against someone is worse than violence itself. And of course it's not. He's just an idiot and probably has an underdeveloped frontal lobe. But I'm not a doctor. My loyalty to Tupac can never be compromised. What makes his current position particularly significant is how Suge Knight emerges as a key witness in the trial, despite his refusal to cooperate. Suge Knight remains haunted by Tupac's death after nearly 30 years. There's not a day that goes by. That's my brother. Jury selection for the trial began this week. The case is expected to last approximately 4 weeks. So Suge Knight is still a violent criminal with no intention to clean up his act. He has not been reformed, at least as far as we can tell so far. Guess he got to stay in jail longer. Okay, we already read that one. Or prison, rather. Now, you know who is not having any problems making statements to the media? And it would probably come as no surprise to you. Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. 50 Cent wants to bet Keefe D gets 20 years in prison. He is always commentating, huh? 50 Cent wants to bet that Keefe D gets 20 years in prison. His taunt comes as Keefe D faces a Las Vegas jury starting today. 50 Cent is once again weighing in on the long-awaited Tupac murder case. This time, joking that he'd like to put money behind his prediction for how it's going to end. The rapper took to Instagram on Thursday, sharing a screenshot from a CBS 8 interview with Keefe D, who is set to stand trial next week. Or this article, I guess, was from a few days ago. Yeah, August 7th, 3 days ago. So I guess Friday. He said... The image highlighted Davis's recent claim that Diddy had no involvement in the killing of Tupac. So even though he told the police that Diddy offered him $1 million to kill these people, now he's saying, no, I was lying. So there was this image that highlighted that Keefe D recently claimed that Diddy had no involvement in the killing of Tupac, despite Keefe D previously alleging that there was $1 million payment or offer of payment. Alongside the post, 50 Cent joked about using the prediction market platform Polymarket to wager on Keefe D's fate. Quote, yo, you think Polymarket will let me bet this fool is going to get 20 years, he wrote. The post is just the latest in a series of social media jabs that 50 Cent has directed at Keefe D in the lead up to a trial. Earlier this month, he mocked Keefe D for heading into one of the biggest criminal trials in hip-hop history with a public defender. He's not a public defender. He took the case pro bono, so he's not a public defender, Curtis, just so you know. Keefe D remains the only person ever charged in connection with the shooting. He has pleaded not guilty to one count of murder with a gang enhancement. Prosecutors allege Keefe D helped orchestrate a drive-by that killed Tupac. Authorities do not contend that Keefe D fired the shots himself. They argue he played a key role in the attack. In a recent jailhouse interview with CBS 8 investigate reporter Vanessa Murphy, Keefe D denied having any involvement in the killing. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period. He claimed that admissions that he made over the years, including statements in his memoir and interviews with Vlad TV. You notice how many articles we had to read? We had to read for 2.5 hours. Article after article after article before somebody finally named Fed TV. DJ Fed. It's almost like he's being protected. It's almost like they don't want people to put together the obvious that you go on DJ Vlad and you talk about your shit and you get prosecuted. Same goes for Adam 2216, Graham Mason, and probably somewhat for Charlemagne the Demon as well, but I digress. He said he was motivated by financial gain rather than the truth. And that's like, okay, but how is a jury going to ever believe him? How is a jury going to ever believe him when he's like already going into the trial saying, yeah, I'm a liar. I'm more motivated by financial gain than the truth. So what changed now? I was just after the money, Keefe D said, adding that he made those claims because he was getting paid. Those statements are expected to play a major role in the prosecution's case because the judge has now ruled that both Keefe D's 2019 memoir as well as this 2008 police interview, those are admissible as evidence. Keefe D's attorneys have argued the stories were exaggerated or fictionalized for entertainment purposes, but the CBS 8 interview also saw Keefe D dismiss longstanding speculation linking Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs to Tupac's murder. He said he did not believe that Diddy played any role, even though he did say previously that Diddy offered him $1 million to do it. That assertion stands in contrast, to earlier claims that Keefe D made that have been referenced in multiple documentaries, including 50 Cent's own Sean Combs' The Reckoning. Jury selection is scheduled to begin today. If convicted, he faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. So, yeah. We got 50 Cent speaking out, wanting to take bets on Polymarket. Okay, so this article is from April 2026, but I wanted to read it to y'all because it's important for the context. Tupac's family files a wrongful death lawsuit in LA. The family of the late rapper Tupac has filed a wrongful death lawsuit in Los Angeles seeking unspecified damages tied to his murder in 1996. The suit names former gang leader Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, who is currently awaiting trial for his alleged role in the shooting, as the main defendant, alongside additional unnamed co-conspirators. Keefe D is the only person ever charged in connection with Tupac's death. After years of investigations, he has pleaded not guilty. The new lawsuit that came out in April this year alleges there was a complex conspiracy to murder Tupac, and the lawsuit claims that the aim is to uncover the identity of the individuals who were involved through discovery. Shakur was one of the most prominent rappers of the early 1990s and possibly ever, selling more than 75 million records, including hit singles Hit 'Em Up and California Love. And I just want to remind y'all, this is before a time of streaming. This is when you had to go to the store and purchase a cassette tape or a vinyl or a CD. There was no click a stream. So 75 million copies is something real serious. That's a lot. He also had a burgeoning acting career with roles in Juice, Above the Rim, and Poetic Justice. But his career came to an abrupt halt when he was shot 4 times in a drive-by attack in Las Vegas in September 1996. He died in hospital 6 days later at the age of 25 years old. And girl, they walk among us. I mean, look at the White Walkers. They just have them acting as bailiffs in the courts. Now, Keefe D was charged with murder about 3 years ago now. He's been awaiting trial for 3 years. Like, they really have put this thing off over and over, time and again. Police alleged that Keefe D planned the shooting with his nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, following an altercation in a casino. In court, prosecutor Mark Diagiacomo described Keefe D as on-the-ground, on-site commander who ordered the death of Tupac. Cops said that Keefe D got the gun from an unnamed associate and mentioned Keefe D's own admissions to media outlets that he was in the vehicle from which the shots were fired. They did not state who fired the weapon. The 3 men who were in the car with Keefe D at the time of the shooting, including his nephew, are all dead now. Keefe D has pleaded not guilty to the charges, and he should be considered to be not guilty until, proven otherwise. After several delays, his trial is finally due to commence. The truth remains elusive. The wrongful death case, this is a civil lawsuit filed by Tupac's family against Keefe D. So not only does Keefe D have to worry about this criminal trial he's in the middle of right now, but he's also got to worry about defending the wrongful death lawsuit in California in a civil sense. Filed on back in April by Tupac's brother, Maurice Shakur, acting as the administrator of the estate for his late father and Tupac's stepfather, Mutulu Shakur. Quote, nearly 30 years after Tupac's death, in 2023, the first and only arrest was finally made. Related grand jury transcripts and a subsequent Netflix documentary have revealed the existence of a broader, more complex conspiracy to murder Tupac that involved much more than mere retaliation for a prior altercation. The court filings express hope that new evidence will finally allow the family to identify the name of the individuals who may have participated in planning, financing, that's Diddy. That's Diddy. That's obviously they're going after Diddy. They are going after Diddy. If they can find some proof that Diddy's in there, they're going to be suing him. Tupac's family. That's what reading between the lines. That's what I think. The court filings express hope that new evidence will finally allow the family to identify and name individuals who may have participated in planning, financing, cha-ching, $1 million, directing, or carrying out the conspiracy to murder Tupac. The new sources of information include grand jury transcripts from Keefe D's criminal proceedings, interviews from the Netflix documentary, Sean Combs' The Reckoning. That's 50 Cent's documentary. Oh, I think 50 Cent might be working with the Shakur family. Maybe. The documentary was released last November and it included tapes of police interview in which Keefe D claims Diddy offered him $1 million to murder Tupac and Suge Knight. Diddy has repeatedly denied any involvement in this shooting and called the Netflix documentary a shameful hit piece. The BBC contacted Diddy's lawyers and Keefe D's representatives for a response to the new lawsuit. Again, this was from back in April. Okay. So now I have a few videos and video clips that I want to show to y'all. So let me put my headphones on. Now, just so you're aware, the section of my notes and stuff, that we are on right, why is Rock Nation trending? That are on my notes right now. We're in the section of Tupac family interviews and statements. And I have this right here. It says Tupac's brother spoke 2 days ago. Let me see what that's about. It's only like a 57-second long interview. Let's see.
Happening tomorrow, the long-awaited trial over the 1996 killing of rap icon Tupac Shakur starts in Las Vegas.
She said Tupac.
Attorneys are fighting over whether the jury will hear confessions from the accused mastermind, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Death Row Records founder Suge Knight is on the witness list. Davis claims he was tricked into talking, but prosecutors argue he proudly repeated his story for profit. Those close to the case say reliving the tragedy hasn't been easy.
It has been.
Okay, this is the stepbrother. Okay, so when I'm like talking about Maurice or Mo Preem, that is him right here.
Rough, as it would be for anyone revisiting
Right.
a situation like this. You know, over the years, we have found ways to cope with the trauma, with the drama, and try to still continue on and have a full life.
Yeah, it's tough.
The judge will rule on that evidence tomorrow.
The judge ruled it is allowed in. This says live. Let me see. Where's the live? Says live, right? Where is it true? Do I just have too much stuff open? Let me. There's like 1.5 thousand people in here. Let me see. Okay, so nothing's going on. On that channel. Great. This says live now from Fox. Jury selection begins. Let's see if they have any updates from inside the courtroom. Jury selection began today in the murder trial of the man accused of orchestrating the killing of Tupac. Keefe D. Davis's trial is happening nearly 30 years after the deadly drive-by. Davis faces a single count of murder with a deadly weapon. With the gang enhancement, prosecutors say he led a group of men to do the killing. According to the Associated Press, prosecutors hope to prove that he called the shots, the shot caller. Prosecutors' case relies on the book Compton Street Legend, which was co-authored by Keefe D. AP reported Davis's lawyers unsuccessfully fought to block the use of the book and a recording of this 2008 interview. His attorneys contend the book was fictionalized and he had a co-author. Lawyers argued that the interview was supposed to be confidential and it was not supposed to be used against him. We already know the backstory. Ew. Okay, so interesting. Let's go to our friend here, SKG, see if she's posted anything else. Nothing new. Okay. So now the next section in my notes and things that I want to get to today is called Keefe D interviews and statements. So we'll start here with this video entitled Developing from 17 hours ago. Suspect in Tupac murder denies involvement as jury selection begins Monday. This video is about 2.5 minutes long. Let's see what they have to say.
The man accused of orchestrating the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago is set to go on trial. Jury selection gets underway tomorrow. CB Cotton has more on this case. CB.
Hey, John, so nearly 3 decades after Tupac Shakur was gunned down on the Las Vegas Strip, and now the lone surviving suspect will soon face a jury. So Tupac was at the height of his rap career when he was killed. He was known for his raw, inspirational lyrics about social issues like poverty, racism, and addiction. Former Compton Crips member Keefe D. Davis heads to court tomorrow, facing a single count of murder. Prosecutors allege Davis did not pull the trigger himself, but instead ordered the hit and supplied the gun used to kill Tupac. Prosecutors have suggested its strongest evidence is Davis's own words. They say Davis co-authored a 2019 memoir where he talked about wanting revenge back in 1996 after Tupac beat up Davis's nephew. Investigators also point to years of recorded interviews to police and media, interviews where they say Davis openly detailed his role in the shooting. Davis's nephew died in an unrelated gang shootout back in the 90s, but investigators say for years Davis did these recorded interviews. They say Davis talked about the shooting, how he was involved, and in a wide-ranging interview with our Las Vegas Fox affiliate, Davis then tried to clear his name.
That I didn't do it, and I'm an innocent man.
He didn't do it, y'all. He sure did sell them books and make money. He sure did go on DJ Vlad. He sure did go on the documentary and act like he was the shot caller. But now he didn't do it, and he's innocent. Okay.
And my nephew didn't do it either. He was at the hospital when they pulled up. My nephew was at the hospital when they pulled up.
Sure he was.
He didn't do it.
Sure he was.
So Davis's previous defense attorney withdrew from the case, but his new attorney also spoke to our Fox affiliate, saying his client is an innocent man. He's defending him pro bono and only had 4 months to review thousands of pages
That's crazy.
of evidence.
Not being tethered to a financial expectation by the family or by Keefe, that allows me just to run free and just do it the way that I need to get it done.
So jury selection begins tomorrow morning, and the trial is expected to stretch over 4 to 5 weeks. John.
And that is going to be some trial.
It better be 4, because I got to get to the Luigi Mangione case. Okay, so I think I found that interview with Keefe D. And I think we'll take a look.
Good evening, Keefe D. Davis.
Gee.
Insist in an interview with our 8 News Now investigators that he did not kill Tupac Shakur. His trial, though, is just a week away.
Speaking with our own Vanessa Murphy, Davis blaming the son of former head of security for death row records for the killing in an interview you will only see right here on 8.
Okay.
If you did not have anything to do with Tupac Shakur's murder, who do you think did?
To me, I think they witnessed Reggie Wright Jr. All he do is lie, and tell stories. He even be on air.
Girl, this is the news. They couldn't have gave him a road mic. Jesus Lord, the audio is terrible.
He was threatening my son, you know what I'm saying?
Now it's threatening the son? My Lord.
I think they witnessed Reggie Wright Jr. All he do is lie, and tell stories.
Look, I don't really think Keefe D is in a position to be talking about anybody else. All they do is lie. I'll say that.
He even be on interviews threatening my son, you know what I'm saying? Threatening my family. It's wrong. Even Caden be on them interviews threatening my family. You know, it's wrong, man. It's period. It's wrong.
In that 400-page motion filed by the DA's office, one of the points that they are trying to make is that a lot of what you have said is true. So you're sort of your own witness, that you said you went to prison for selling drugs, all of these specifics, your role with the Crips. So they're saying you were accurate, so you might be accurate about the murder.
They're lying. It's a bunch of lies.
You know
They're
what
lying.
else?
They're lying. Here's the thing. I have literally no problem believing that prosecutors are lying at all whatsoever. But just because the prosecutors are lying does not mean Keefe D ain't also lying. And he has lied. Like, his defense literally depends on him saying he lied. His defense depends on him saying already that he lied. So let's not defend yourself by saying everybody else lied when your defense also got to be you lied.
Kept coming up in the court documents, Biggie's murder, and how at some point you were a suspect.
Yeah,
He was a suspect in Biggie's murder too. Somebody said, look at his shifty eyes. He does have shifty eyes. Like he's trying to look for the answer somewhere else. Because he don't actually want to say the truth.
they took my car and did forensics on it. And that car was never shot out of or nothing like that. And it's wrong because I was under the parking garage when that man got killed. When he got killed, they came running back.
He's got like a crust.
They just killed
on his
Biggie.
lips.
I was under the parking garage. That stuff happened. They just, to me, the police did that stuff. Who expert shots like that, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no who competent like that or watch or in our area shoot like that, you know what I'm saying? You have to be a marksman.
So you had nothing to do with Biggie's murder?
Nothing to do with nobody's murder.
And then a name that kept coming up, and it has come up, and I think I've asked you about this before, Sean Combs.
Yeah.
Diddy, Puffy, whatever. Do you think he had anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. I don't think so at all.
What about Biggie's?
I don't think neither one. To me, it's the disgruntled police out there in our area. Reggie Wright, all he did was lie at night. I'm at the marriage and took the boy, took his chain. Don't bring your guns. It just.
I don't believe anything he's saying. Like, it's like you're talking to a lying 5-year-old.
I get a lot of stuff from PIs, private investigators, and all the fingers and evidence point to Reggie
Keefe D.
Wright Jr. And he brought up my name from day one.
Davis is expected in court on Tuesday for a hearing to discuss some pretrial motion.
Okay, that was from 6 days ago. Okay, let's see. We're still in the section of Keefe D interviews and statements. Here's this one from 2 days ago.
Well, you've been in custody since 2023. Your trial's coming up in a few days. How are you holding up?
I'm doing good.
Oh man, I'm listening to this on headphones and it's like she's coming through my right ear and he's coming through my left ear. That's stressful.
I'm doing good. Best I can. Yep. So how you doing?
Getting ready for the trial as well. So I read your book, Compton Street Legend, that you co-authored. Why did you feel the need to tell your story? And when you wrote it, did you
look at the duct tape on the phone?
Ever imagine the situation you'd be in now?
I didn't write that book. I just told him 10 things in my life, and I gave him some pictures. He did research and stuff like that. Him and my lawyer did that book. My lawyer died, and I just went on to sign on to it with him. I never read it or nothing.
I need to know, how did the lawyer die?
You were never handed a manuscript to sign off on?
I never read the book or nothing. I never.
She's literally smiling, smirking in his face. She's like, they just wrote a book without your knowledge?
It was already, and him and my lawyer was doing, his name was Wayne Higgins, and he passed water in his yard. And they was friends, and he got in contact with me. Then I was just signed on to him. He gave me like 10 pictures, told me like 10 things that happened in my life, and he added all the adverbs and stuff like that. He did the thing on research. So yeah.
He added all the adverbs and stuff like that. Oh, okay.
I didn't write that book.
Well, I did read it. It mentions some interactions you had with Tupac Shakur. How would you describe your relationship with Tupac before September 1996?
I prefer not to talk about that and stuff. And stuff.
When he was getting clicks, clout, money, he was allowed to talk about. He would talk about it, but he don't want to talk about it no more.
I would like to send how my family is in danger and stuff like that, and how I wasn't even in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't in Vegas when this stuff happened.
He wasn't even in Vegas, girl.
Yeah, I just said that stuff to get out of trouble.
So you were not in Las Vegas, you're saying September 7th, 1996?
No, I wasn't. They can't prove I was in Las Vegas. I wasn't in Las Vegas. And, you know, my family is in real danger. They got like 2 witnesses that's, you know, there's some dangerous dudes. Like they said, my son put out a hit on one of them. His name is Dante Lee. He the one real dangerous. He killed 3 guys out there in La Mirada, California.
He's still trying to like act like he knows stuff about other killings so that he can get a deal. Like I know for sure that's what's going on in my mind. I mean, I don't know for sure, but like I think. Oh yeah, there are 3 other murders and there's something about murders and other ones and I know about it. So yeah, that nothing to do with me.
Okay.
And stuff like that.
And he said my son put out a hit on him. I wouldn't want my son nowhere near him because he get to kill people for free.
Okay, but your son putting out a hit on him has nothing to do with whether you want your son near him. Usually when you put out a hit, you're not the one hitting. Which you should know.
And get out of jail for free, you know what I'm saying? And they gave him $5,000. Well, we just played them out of $5,000. He's wrong, you know. He's wrong.
Is he on gabapentin? Does he have brain damage?
Threatening my son on the internet. The last few days, he didn't threaten him on the internet. You know, and it's wrong. It's wrong.
Could you describe back in the 90s the tension between the Southside Crips and Death Row Records?
There wasn't no tension between us never because maybe about 2 weeks before.
There wasn't no tension. Y'all were murdering each other. This man has a brain injury. He must.
In August 96, we was at the House of Blues, and they had a concert with the Loonies. Suge, Tupac, and Snoop pulled up in some Rolls Royces.
Now they're dragging Snoop Dogg into this.
And they came and said, what's going on here? I said, the concert over with. And he said, let's go up to Paradise. We got up there on Santa Monica and Hyatt, right there in Hancock District in LA. We was never at odds with each other. Me and him as friends since we've been knowing each other since we was 8 years old. I played football with him, and his daddy and uncles was our coach. I was never at odds with him.
I do want to mention, you had said that you were not in Vegas the night that Tupac died when there was the Mike Tyson fight. Again, I read this book, every single page. You included a picture of your sister and yourself at the fight.
I ordered this book. It was supposed to be here today. It's not going to be getting here until... This is funny. It's not going to be getting here till Wednesday. But this girl, this lady, this journalist, she done went bought the book. Keefe D saying, I wasn't in Vegas. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even in Vegas. She's like, okay, that's cute. Why did you put pictures of you at the fight in Vegas with your sister in your book then?
That wasn't no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat
She's
in
smiling.
September? That's no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat?
He has to argue against his own credibility. This is the problem. The biggest problem for him is that he must argue against his own credibility, which inadvertently, inexplicably, what's the word I'm looking for? Imminently undermines his own credibility. Like, why would I wear that to the fight? Why would I wear a overcoat in September? I don't fucking know, bitch. Why'd you say you wore that to the fight? You the one said it. Why would I do that? Good question. I don't know. Maybe you were trying to be like Frank Lucas or something. Who knows? Why would I win? Like, she's stupid for reading his book and taking him, like, you should just assume I'm a liar, is his argument. So then we will assume you're a liar, and then you're going to lose because you're going to be lying about killing somebody or having someone killed. These people got really, really underdeveloped frontal lobes, it seems. All the people involved in this story.
And I had a suit on and an overcoat. That was a New Year's party.
Then why does it
New
say...
Year's party.
So it says over here, me and my sister at the fight.
I didn't author that book.
He's laughing. He's laughing. He knows he got busted.
He ain't had no fight.
I ain't Arthur that book. He didn't Arthur the book.
September the 7th, it'll be 115 degrees. What I want to wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat.
Then why'd you put it in the book?
Don't make sense.
So
I'm with her.
Look at the degrees that September.
She is like laughing in his face. She's like,
You think I'll wear that in September?
Look at her.
Come on now.
He's laughing too.
With an overcoat
That's called duper's delight. When somebody's lying to your face and they can't help it but laugh.
on and a hat. That was at a New Year's Eve party. And you see where Orlando, he got the same floor.
Yep.
He had on September. He had on a Dan Marino jacket. Dan Marino shirt that night. In September, didn't he?
You're saying that
Raise it up again. Raise it up again. Show me again. Do that look like a Dan Marino shirt? Come on now. Think about it.
Come on now. Think about it. Why would I? You know who this reminds me of? Joshua Aaron Johnson. Why would he bring over a process server with a process server to serve me process? I don't fucking know. People can change clothes. You ever heard of that? For the after party?
He can change that quick. He can change up that quick.
why was this picture included in the book soon after your description?
I did not write that book. A ghostwriter wrote that. He just put
Exactly. He's an abuser. This man is very abusive and emotionally and manipulative. He's laughing at her and trying to make her feel stupid for believing him. It's like, you should have known I'm a liar. You the stupid one for thinking that I was telling the truth, and you're stupid for thinking I wrote that book. So it's so funny because Keefe D says he never read the book. He's not responsible for writing the book. He didn't write the book. And look, I might believe him if he said he don't even know how to read or write. But the problem is he's made money off that book. He never disclaimed this book before. And if somebody's lying on your name in a book, why hasn't he sued? Why hasn't Keefe D? He don't have a problem finding and coming up with a free lawyer. So why hasn't he found somebody like a Tony Busby type to sue over that book for defamation or, false light, invasion of privacy or something? I mean, if this guy falsely told Keefe D's story, especially to the extent that it made Keefe D actually face a murder trial, shouldn't Keefe D be suing that guy? But he's not. On
there.
And he never ran anything by you.
You think I would wear a suit?
I do. I think this idiot would do anything. I don't think he has 2 brain cells to rub together the longer I listen to him mumble.
A two-piece suit with an overcoat on?
Yeah, I do.
Come on now.
I do think you would.
Cashmere overcoat?
Well,
Orlando can change his clothes that quick?
I've watched some of your other interviews.
Great question. Jasmine said, and also, why would he go talk to DJ Fed and keep telling a story that aligns with a book you didn't write? Why does his story on the podcast, his story to the cops in 2008, his story to the documentarians all line up with the book? Did the ghostwriter write that too? The words coming out of his mouth? I think probably not.
Came out with a few. There was a Vlad TV interview as well.
They paid me money to say that stuff. Pay me money.
So DJ Vlad paid him money to say that stuff. DJ Fed paid him money to say that stuff. But yet you still said it. And so again, this just shows that Keefe D is immoral and he has no moral compass of his own. He'll do anything. He don't care about nothing but what the checks say.
You were publicizing the book. Were you publicizing it knowing that you didn't write it?
I was just trying to make my family some money. That's all it is.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem that I have with that story, with that version of story. Because, of course, he has changed his story many times. If he really had something to say, if he really had some kind of insider knowledge about what was going on, if he really wanted to tell his side of the story, he really was very up close to the story. There's no reason, doesn't make sense to me, that he would need to lie. Just tell the real story how it really happened, because he's the only one living who wants to talk about it other than maybe Suge Knight. But everybody else is dead from that night, so he didn't have to lie. He could have just told the true story and people would have still been put a 1 in the chat if you would have still been very interested to hear what Keefe D's book said, even if it was the truth. Put a 1 in the chat if you would have been more interested in what Keefe D's book said, especially if it was the truth. Okay? Because for me, I want to know what really happened that night, so why wouldn't he just write what really happened that night in the book? Or fine, he didn't write the book. Why wouldn't he go on the podcasts and say what really happened? Why would that have somehow made him make less money? You see what I'm saying? We got some ones.
But you get where I'm coming from? Why would I wear
No, I don't.
with an overcoat on and a hat?
I don't get where you're coming from. You sound like a liar and a bamboozler to me. I wouldn't even want to be in the same room with this guy. He is absolutely morally and ethically corrupt, bankrupt. There is nothing inside of him that knows what good from evil.
September the 7th. Come on now. Think about it. Orlando can change clothes that quick.
I'm thinking about it, and it seems like he could have easily changed clothes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
He can change clothes that quick.
Yep. I think he probably could have.
Honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
He's a magic man. He got the clothes in the
Yeah,
lobby.
I think he could.
He can change them clothes that quick.
I do, yeah.
Orlando was a kid, and that picture was 2 years later. That was on a
Orlando was a kid that was getting in brawls that were putting people in the hospital, but okay.
New Year's Eve party. I did not write the book. That's going to show you that I didn't write the book. Why would I have on a suit? You know what I'm saying? I did not write
No,
that
I don't
book.
know what you're saying.
But the book has been a center of discussion in prior court proceedings, and it seems like it may be brought up in trial. Your name's also associated with it on the front cover.
He's an author.
I said that the book has
Say it again, so I can come up with my answer I'm trying to come up with, my fake lie.
been brought up in prior court hearings, and it could be brought up in court as well. Your name is on the front cover.
Right.
So why not?
And he went on a book tour. Promoting and advertising the book so he could make money off of it. Didn't bother to read it? I can't wait for this trial because he's going to have to sit on the stand and say he don't know how to read.
Stop the book from being published if you knew it was going to be published, if you didn't write it.
I didn't know that. I never read it. I didn't know that book was going to be published.
He can literally not keep a straight face.
Gave me money. I just did for money. That's going to prove that I wasn't in, that was no fake. Why would I, September the 7th, you know what I'm saying? Why would I wear a suit, overcoat, and a hat? And you can check out, it was probably 100-some degrees on September the 7th.
Yes, Gizmo said, do they have the actual author then? The person who he says wrote it? I assume they would be on the witness list. Yes, that person's on the witness list. Can't wait to see what he has to say.
So think about it. Why would I wear that? Orlando, he's a magician or something. He can change his clothes that quick. Come on now.
He's just going with the same thing over and over.
No.
So if you
That
didn't,
was on New Year's Eve.
if you
That was a
weren't,
New Year's Eve party, and we're going to have somebody come and tell you that was a New Year's Eve party. That wasn't at no fight.
if you weren't there that night, how
Where were
did you
you?
know the details to write about in
I
this
did
book?
not write that
Or where
book.
did these
Okay.
vivid
If
details
you
come?
ask me one more time about on the end of the interview, I swear.
Okay.
You ask me one more time.
He is an abuser, and he needs to stay locked the fuck up. You ask me one more time about shut the fuck up. Shut up.
We're not here to talk about that book. I'm here to.
Guess what? He ain't going to be able to say this in court, and it's going to eat him up. For probably, I don't know, 30, 40 years, he probably has had a lot of power and authority within his close proximity community over his kids, over his wife, over his girlfriends, over his harlots, over the people in the gangster rap community. He probably had this like OG cred where he could just tell somebody, shut the fuck up or else. But you know what's going to really eat him up, going to burn his ass up in court? He ain't going to be able to say, if you ask about that in that book one more time, I'm in an interview. If you ask about that book one more time, I'm getting up and walking out of this courtroom. Let's see how that goes for you, Dwayne. Let's see how it goes. You asked me about that one more time. Shut the fuck up.
Tell you how my family's life is in danger. I'm here to tell you about there's a bunch of lies going on. I'm not here to talk about that book.
The lies going on that you put in the book? Okay, got it.
It's like a gag order on that type of stuff anyway. You know what I'm saying? So
A lot of the stuff that's been a judge ruled that the 2008 police interview can be used against you. I noticed in court you were very upset when that judge denied.
Oh, I want to look that up. We're going to have to look at him being upset when the judge denied that. Now, this interview is from 2 days ago.
Your defense's motion. What was your reaction? What was going through your head a couple of weeks ago in court?
What's going through my head? She act like she was there. She wasn't there.
What?
She act like she was there. She was in junior high school or something.
Who?
She wasn't there.
What the fuck is
She was
that?
in like high school.
Huh?
You know?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview?
What's that?
What the hell is he talking about? Does this man have brain damage?
She act like she was there.
Oh, back a little.
And it's like a gag order on that type of stuff anyway. You know what I'm saying? So
A lot of the stuff that's been a judge ruled that the 2008 police interview can be used against you. I noticed in court you were very upset when that judge denied your defense's motion. What was your reaction? What was going through your head a couple of weeks ago in court?
What's going through my head? She act like she was there. She wasn't there. She act like she was there. She was in junior high school or something. She wasn't there.
Is he talking about the judge? No shit, the judge wasn't there in the car or around you gangster rappers in 1996 rather. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? She was there. I hope she wasn't there. If the judge was there, she should recuse herself from this case.
She was in like high school. You know?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview?
What's that?
Do you regret giving that?
He might also be a lot smarter than he's letting on. He's acting stupid. Could be acting stupid. Because he's not really answering a lot of these questions. You asked about that interview one more time, I'm going to get up to defend him in the interview. She was in junior high. So? I'm glad somebody was in junior high. I'm glad somebody was getting education.
2008 interview to police?
You know, to me, I'd say 48 people from being federated. They was going to give her like 700, 800 years. And my lawyer gave me a script to read. He said, this is the only way you're going home. And I just came back and read the script. And he told me...
So another area where his defense has to be, I lied. So how is a jury going to know if he's telling the truth here? That's the problem. He read a script from nothing's ever his fault either. He's obviously a malignant narcissist. Nothing's ever his fault. Nothing is ever his fault. First of all, he didn't write the book that he put his name on. Now, he got the money from it, but somebody else wrote that book. He can't even read, apparently. He can't even read. He didn't even read his own book. And now it's, well, what about that 2008 interview? Well, that wasn't him either. That was the lawyer. Nothing's ever his fault. He's never done anything wrong. And if you believe any word he's ever said, you're stupid. But if you ask him to explain his words now, you're also stupid, because now you should believe him, because now he's telling the truth.
We practiced that stuff before they even came to his office. And she said, the judge said that was at a federal building. That wasn't at no federal building. That was at the lawyer's office. They act like they know everything. They don't know nothing.
Well, you don't know nothing either. You didn't even write that book.
Wasn't there.
And you didn't know.
Wasn't there. The judge wasn't there. The DA wasn't there. They act like they know everything. They wasn't there. It was at a lawyer's office. That was at a federal building, so that's covered. No. It wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
I don't give a flying rat's ass if it was at the gates of Agartha. Did you say it?
And you didn't know that interview was going to be recorded?
Not at all. They don't record.
Well, they recorded that one. They recorded that one that day, buddy.
They do not record. It's the 302, and that dude did that just to make money. My lawyer, they gave me 2 months to come back with my decision.
The ones who he's talking about just to make money is Greg Kading. He was a detective on this and Biggie's case, and he's the one who wrote that book, Murder Rap. It came out in 2011. I ordered it. It's supposed to be here today. And so Keefe D is like, he did that just to make money.
It was going to take 40-some people to jail. And he said, this is the only way you're going home. He gave me a script to read, and I just came and read that script.
Keefe D will read a script and lie for you if you pay him, or if you, I guess, threaten him to go to jail.
That's what happened. And then she said it was at a federal building. That's why it's covered, baby. It wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
I don't believe a word he says.
You
Yeah,
were.
like she was there. She wasn't there.
Does Keefe D want a judge who was there in the building? Does he think you can only get convicted of something if the judge was there? What? The judge wasn't there. No shit, Sherlock. Judges are usually not there when the crime takes place or when the confession takes place. Usually that's how it works. Why in the world would the judge be there? She wasn't there. No shit, idiot. What, if she was there, she would have to recuse herself.
Giacomo wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, this place is Jim Crow. They don't have no black people.
Oh, girl. Now it's racism that he lied and admitted to a murder. This is why people have so much fatigue with this, by the way. Because they got real racism and it's really bad. And then they got Keefe D the liar. Keefe D the liar saying him being held responsible for shit he said with his mouth on a podcast is Jim Crow. Keefe D, you know you didn't have to say that stuff? It's Jim Crow that you lied on podcasts. It's Jim Crow that you took it upon yourself to lie. Leave the book out of it. Fine. Maybe he didn't write the book. Maybe he didn't write it. Maybe he can't read. He promoted the book. We'll leave all that aside. He said it with his own words. That's racism. That's Jim Crow. Okay. Gotcha.
That work at the DA's office. Vegas is a monopoly of people. You got blacks, Hispanics, whites. You got Mormons. They got
His lawyer's a Mormon, by the way.
Filipino. The DA office consists of that type of atmosphere. It should be, but it's all whites. It's no, and they're using what's the name?
You know, anybody can apply for these jobs of any race. Like, maybe it's the case that it's like a over self-selection, like, you know, which, and obviously he's probably wrong. First of all, he's probably wrong. I guarantee you there are black people who work as prosecutors in the case. In fact, and indeed, it looked like it was a person of color who's the lead prosecutor on this case. He looked like he might be about South Asian or, you know, something like that. I don't want to guess anybody's, I don't want to sit here and guess somebody's race or national origin or whatever. But the prosecutor prosecuting this case is a person of color. It is very clear. Maybe he's black. I don't know. We saw him on that Fox News thing from earlier today. So probably Keefe D's probably wrong. Okay, first of all, there definitely are black people. At the very least, for sure, there are people of color, which I understand is not the same thing. I'm not trying to say it is. But he said they're all white. Everybody at the whole prosecutor's office is white. And the fact that the white prosecutors are prosecuting a man who basically admitted to murder and made money off of admitting to murder is racism. No, it isn't. And so has he thought about the fact that maybe, there's like an over selection of white people because white people want to work as cops and prosecutors? And maybe like there's a higher self-selection people of color that want to be defense attorneys to defend people being prosecuted? Maybe like, you can't force black people to come be prosecutors. You can't force black people to be cops. You can't force people of color to be cops. Of course, there are millions and millions of people of color who are cops. Millions and millions of cops are black people. But it's never his fault. It's not his fault he can't read and write his own book. It's not his fault that he supposedly lied to the prosecutors back in 2008. That's his lawyer's fault. And now it's not even his fault that he's being tried for admitting to murder. It's racism's fault. Nothing's ever Keefe D's fault, though. Nothing is ever Keefe D's fault.
That Indian man that's blackface. They're using him as blackface. You know what I'm saying? It should be a makeup of the people that the community is.
He been talking to Diddy. This is insane. He said, the Indian man being okay, so first he says, it's Jim Crow. Everybody at the prosecutor's office is white people. This is racism. And then he says, just kidding, there's an Indian man prosecuting me, and that's blackface. Y'all, they will call anything these days. They will call anything these days. That's blackface that the Indian man is prosecuting him. He just said everybody's white. Now it's an Indian man prosecuting him, and that's blackface. Wouldn't it be blackface if the Indian man was acting like he was black? The Indian man's just being black and being the Indian man's just being Indian and being a prosecutor. How is the Indian man doing blackface? Y'all, I feel like this is like a science experiment to see like if they can break our brains with this interview. We got to start over with this.
They don't have no black people.
Hold on, let me go back.
The federal building, that's why it's covered.
Listen to this craziness.
It wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
You
She
were
acted like she was there. She wasn't there. Giacomo wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, this place is Jim Crow. They don't have no black people that work at the DA's office. Vegas is.
Can somebody fact check that? Can somebody show me that they got black people that work at the DA's office? I mean, I find this highly unlikely. They ain't got no black people. None at the whole DA's office. I find that to be highly unlikely.
Monopoly of people. You got blacks, Hispanics, whites. You got Mormons.
Vegas is a monopoly of people. I don't know if y'all knew that or not.
They got a Filipino. The DA office consists of that type of atmosphere. It should be, but it's all whites.
Except the Indian man prosecuting him who's blackface.
No, and they using what's the name? That Indian man that's blackface. They're using him as blackface. You know what I'm saying? It should be a makeup of the people that the community is.
I just want to point out, the lawyer representing Keefe D is not black. He wants to be prosecuted by black people only, but he couldn't be bothered to hire a black lawyer. He got a Mormon Tonga. Shout out to him. No problem with him. But I'm just saying, his lawyer ain't black either, while he's over here bitching about Jim Crow. By the way, you know who decided to take him on for free and not charge him? A non-black person of color. So again, it makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me.
It's all white people. You know what I'm saying? This stuff out here is Jim Crow, and it's crazy.
You were promised. You gave that.
What is crazy is this man. This man is absolutely fucking insane. He is fucking crazy. He has a book that he did a book tour for that said he was there on the night of the murder. There's pictures in the book that say, this is me on the night of the murder with people who were there pulling triggers. He said in his book that he did a book tour for, that he was there passing guns back to people to get shot. He then doubled down on these allegations and these claims in multiple podcast interviews. He made money off the book. He made money off the book. He executive produced a documentary about it in which he quadrupled down on these claims. It is especially insulting considering Tupac actually really was very intelligent. and spoke a lot about the real type of racism. And y'all, it's easy to find real race. It's very easy. You could almost close your eyes and throw a dart and find some real racism. And this man's still over here trying to make it up. This man's insane.
2008 interview, you were promised immunity. Were you under the impression that that would also protect you?
I'm not should be not talking about that. I told you, you know what I'm saying? I wish you could have came and did it face-to-face meeting, like the other lady did.
Yeah, because he wants to be physically aggressive. He's used to being able to physically dominate and domineer over people. He probably has a very commanding presence, and he doesn't want to sit through a glass. He doesn't want to do an interview on the online because it makes him lose control. This man is a beast. The more I hear him talk, the more I think he actually might have pulled the trigger.
Would you have still answered my questions if I was there face to face?
No, he would have physically domineered you.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the best we could do at this moment before.
But like I say, they don't have no black people in there. No blacks. They
Please,
don't have no Hispanics, no Filipinos. It's all white people.
Please, somebody find me a black person that works at the DA's office because I know he's not right. There's no way. No black people at the whole DA's office. If he's right about that, that is alarming. I would agree. But at the same time, when you're going to go gather up some black people from their job and bring them to work at the DA's office, like, I'm pretty sure, like, they're not, like, not hiring black people at the DA's office in Vegas. So, I mean, I think he's probably just wrong, and he's trying to just point the finger at anything other than himself.
You know what I'm saying?
And also, by the way, it is very insulting to assume that if just because somebody was black, they wouldn't prosecute him. It's almost like he's like, yeah, we should get some black people in the DA's office, put them on my case, and then let me off the hook because this is Jim Crow. Even though I admitted to this in my book and in interviews, put a black person in here, and seemingly it looks like to me, he's assuming if he had a black prosecutor, he wouldn't be charged. That's kind of racist. To assume that a black prosecutor wouldn't be just as aggressive in going after an alleged murderer.
And I'm not going to get a fair trial because the DA, every time I go to court, he goes down in front of the thing and do his little speeches. He's tainting the jury pool, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's wrong. I'm not worried. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. The Lord got my back. I survived cancer and all that type of
The Lord said, thou shalt not lie.
stuff. And I survived the streets.
The Lord said, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
And the Lord got my back. So I'm not worried about it.
I don't like the way he's talking to her either. He's very domineering and aggressive, and I would imagine he's probably abusive.
And that picture was January the 1st, 1998, at the Sheraton Hotel. Why would I wear a overcoat with a suit?
You notice how when she makes a good point, he starts asking her questions to make it seem like she's stupid. Why would I wear that? I don't know. You wore it. Why? What? You tell me.
In September in Las Vegas.
So your trial starts Monday here in
She
Las
just
Vegas.
moved on.
Just miles away from where Tupac was shot. What do you want the jury to know about you before they walk into that courtroom?
The jury better not know nothing about him before they walk into that courtroom, or else they're going to be disqualified.
That I didn't do it, and I'm an innocent man. And my nephew didn't do it either. He was at the hospital when they pulled up.
Okay, the nephew might have did it, might have not did it. He's no longer among the living, so he's not going to be facing trial.
My nephew was at the hospital when they pulled up. He didn't do it. They gave me a script to read in order to go home. My lawyer said, this is the only way you're going home. And when they came in that building that morning, I had been there an hour there rehearsing what to say to go home. They said, they don't want you.
So how do I know he hasn't been rehearsing this set of lies for an hour too then?
Oh, Puff Daddy. So he gave me a script to read.
They don't want you, they want Puff Daddy? Oh.
I had been there an hour there rehearsing what to say to go home. They said, they don't want you, they want Puff Daddy.
Well, they never got him.
So he gave me a script to read, and he gave me a code word to say to them when they came in.
The code word.
And I said the code word, letting them know that I was down with it. And they already were pre-planning this stuff because they
I wish I could believe him because I want to believe that part, but I just don't know what I can believe from him and not.
had his murder book there, Tupac's murder book there.
Maya, I knew it. I just knew that there was no way. Thank you for the $4.99, Maya. The chief judge at this courthouse, a former DA, is a black woman. And there are multiple people who work there. Okay, well, former DA. Right. So she at least one black woman used to work at the DA. Now she's the chief judge here. Please. This Jim Crow, where we have chief judges who are black. All right, got it. Thank you for the $4.99, Maya, and thank you for letting us know. Racism is real, absolutely. And I would not doubt for a second Keefe D has faced racism in his life. But he admitted to this stuff. He said he was there. He said he passed the gun back. He went on podcasts.
All was framed and set up.
Puffy's name is mentioned.
They let a guy kill 3 people at a La Mirada Mall. At a Starbucks. Put him in the trunk. Then he came and brought drugs for me.
What?
So they let him go. His name Devontae Lee. They let him go. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they need to prosecute him too if he did that. 3 people in a trunk dead? Oh no.
3 people.
Well, we only have a few minutes
Got my
left.
drugs for me.
Gizmo said I couldn't get an exact number, but it said Clark County District Attorney's Office has roughly 180 out of 700 employees who are African American. Okay, so this man just, I figured that wasn't true.
He's supposed to be one of these star witnesses, and it's wrong.
Mr. Davis, Puffy's name is brought up a lot
Sean P. Diddy put that
through the
together.
book. Can you talk to me about the relationship between Puffy and Tupac back in the day?
I don't really know. I wasn't there. You know? Like I said, my lawyer gave me a script that he said you can save all your friends and your family. And I came and read that script to them in 2008. After they left, he high-fived me and everything. I told you, big dog.
So he had like
that lawyer knew me.
So he had like a mafia type of lawyer who's now dead. But I mean, again, how do we know anything that he's saying is true? He lies sometimes just for what the checks say. He lies. So how do we know when he's telling the truth and when he's lying?
Because they came into my garage one morning, that morning, and said, if you hire Edie Fall, then we got to take you to jail. They told me what lawyer to hire and everything. Dude had a motive to make money this whole time.
I want to believe it, but I just can't believe anything he says.
If you hire Edie Fall, then we got to take you to jail. They told me what lawyer to hire and everything. Dude had a motive to make money this whole time. Isn't that great?
So did you.
Caden. He had a motive to make money the whole time.
So did you, and you've admitted to acting on it. Greg Kading is the same thing. If people were actually there and they were actually sitting in these rooms and they were actually interviewing the people who saw it go down, they can just tell the truth and still make money in their books. They don't have to make up a lie for their book. They can just say the truth and their opinions, like for real. There's really no reason for them to lie. There's no reason to lie. If you're just trying to sell a book, just say what you know. Doesn't make any logical sense.
Did that really anger you when you found out that the recording you gave has been released and Detective Kading has been broadcasting about it?
Yeah. You put my life in danger, put my whole family's life in
No, you put your life in danger by saying what you allegedly did or maybe, I guess, didn't do.
And they came and asked me, do I want to be in a witness protection program? I'm like, no, you know. They like protect your family at all costs.
After this is all over, how would you want to be remembered?
As a good man and a good father.
That won't happen.
And,
You'll be remembered as a liar and a grifter. Sucks, but that's your fault.
And it's wrong, you know what I'm saying? They got an innocent man in jail. All they had to do was just put a lie detector on me, and I would have passed with flying colors. I ain't killed nobody.
Then you shouldn't have lied before.
they had a script already ready, you know what I'm saying? And that guy, he's the worstest person on earth.
So
Go around, kill people. The guy, Devontae Lee, he can go around, kill people. You know what I'm saying?
He's mad because Devontae Lee testified against him in the grand jury. That's really what his beef. That's really what his issue is. Devontae Lee testified against Keefe D in the grand jury.
They said my son put a hit out on him and $5,000. My son can't put a hit out on a goldfish. That is wrong. They gave him $5,000 to move. My son ain't going near nobody that's gonna kill somebody and get away with it for free.
If you're saying
For free? So the son will go around somebody that's going to kill somebody if he gets paid? Apple don't fall far from the tree.
that you didn't do it, Orlando didn't do it, who did it?
To me, I think Reggie Wright did it because he on all them lies. He get on the internet and just.
I think it's like been pretty much proven that there was like 4 people in this car and he was one of them. Reggie Wright, what did he materialize into the car and then teleport out? Like, I'm very confused.
Go crazy every day. What? I set Keefe D up. I set him up. Stuff like that. Then he told my son threatened his life. And he said, "Yo, daddy, you know how my trigger finger is?" Come on, that's why he's suffering from COVID right now. He came and wiped his butt. You know what I'm saying? He came and feed himself. That's why
I had COVID a few times and I don't think I had any problem with those 2 things.
he's suffering from COVID right now. I survived cancer. If I was a bad person, I would just
Only bad people get COVID. Coming straight off the press with Keefe D. If you're a bad person, you get cancer. If you get cancer and you're a bad person, you die. So if you die from cancer, you must be a bad person, according to Keefe D. This man has problems. He should not be doing interviews.
wipe his butt. You know what I'm saying? He came and feed himself.
Oh, boy.
That's why he's suffering from COVID right now.
Boy.
I survived cancer. If I was a bad person, the Lord would have took me out. You know what I'm saying?
That's not how it works. You ever heard only the good die young? Mm-mm.
The Lord would have took me out. I'm not worried about.
If you're a bad person, you die young. If Keefe D was a bad person, the Lord would have took him out already. Well, maybe the Lord is taking him out for a life in prison sentence.
These people, because I understand through God's hands, I understand tall through it all. You know what I'm saying?
We've got 3 minutes left. It's going to be 30 years since Tupac Shakur was murdered here in Las Vegas. Does his family deserve the truth?
Yeah, his family do. And it's going to come out.
Hope
the
so.
I was paid to say that stuff.
You're saying the truth will come out in trial?
He was paid to say that stuff. So how do we know he's not being paid to say this stuff? We don't. Because when somebody is up for sale, when somebody's integrity and credibility is up for sale, you can never know if what they're saying is true.
Yeah. Not trial. It's going to come out once it, if I lose, I'm going to send my stuff to a bigger court.
He's going to appeal.
So you plan on fighting this till the very, very end?
To the very, very end.
So if he loses, he's going to appeal.
And I feel I'm going to win because they don't have no evidence. They don't came. I wasn't even in Las Vegas. So
They have a lot of evidence.
I'm not worried about them. Mark Giacomo.
He is worried or he's not worried? Because if he's not worried, I don't know why he's talking about Jim Crow.
He can say all that stuff he wants. All he do is tell lies.
Kind of like you.
Last week, Agent Tolliver, ain't such agents, ain't such person. Agent Tolliver, Agent Tolliver.
This man has issues.
Never heard of no Agent Tolliver. You know, FBI agent ain't no Tolliver. He just says he do a lot. He tell a lot of lies. They using that Indian.
This just sent everybody. Keefe D, Dwayne Keefe D Davis, has a roster internal mental memorized of every FBI agent's name. He knows every FBI's agent's name, and he knows for a fact there's no such thing as an Agent Tolliver. Kind of like how he knew for a fact there was no black people at the DA's office.
Man, like he's black face. You're not black. He's a gang expert and a hip hop expert. He's an Indian. He's not black. They use him as black.
I don't know, and I don't want to speculate what this lady's nationality or national origin or what race is. I would assume she's probably some type of South Asian. So the fact that this man is sitting here telling this reporter specializing on the Keefe D trial that Indians can't know what they're talking about when it comes to this is delightfully ironic.
Agent Tolliver. I ain't never heard of no Agent Tolliver. You know, FBI agent ain't no Tolliver. He just says he tell a lot of lies. They using that Indian man that like he's black face. You're not black.
The man don't look black to me. I could tell instantly he was Indian. I mean, I didn't want to be like, oh, he's Indian for sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure I said South Asian, but like, the man ain't doing blackface. He had a bald head and he was wearing a suit. How is that blackface? If Keefe D thinks that man looks black, maybe he's the racist. Ooh. If Keefe D is trying to accuse an Indian man of trying to look black when the Indian man is just in there with a bald head and a suit, maybe Keefe D's the racist. Not everybody with a tan is black, Keefe D.
He's a gang expert and a hip hop expert. He's an Indian. He's not black. They use him as blackface, and it's wrong.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm pretty sure in the year of our Lord 2026, a Vegas jury is going to easily be able to tell that the Indian man is not a black man. I think it's going to be very easy for them. No issues do I detect or predict.
The DA office should be made up of the community. They should have some blacks in there. They should have some Latinos. They should have some Filipinos.
They do. So, your wish granted. You still on trial, though.
You know what I'm saying? They don't. All they got is, you know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
No, I don't know what you're saying. I'm completely confused, and you're not saying anything sensical. It's time for your nap, Paw Paw.
So are you saying that you're being targeted?
Just like January 2024, he get on the front of the newspaper, in front of the TV, the rest of the year. Steve Wolfson, the rest of the year.
Now we're talking about somebody else.
He's taking the jury pool. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of like you, when you just now said that you wanted them to know something about you before they walked in the room. Okay, gotcha.
And it's wrong.
Well, we got 1 minute left. Anything else that you want to add, Mr. Davis?
No, but I'm an innocent man.
That's the thing, too. I just want to let y'all know. They got gangs that involve people that are not. It's very racist to assume that only black people can be in a gang. And Keefe D is being very racist. Assuming that a gang expert has to be black, you don't think they got, like, what do you think the cartel is? There's various cartels. What do you think the KKK is? Like, these are gangs. So I don't understand why Keefe D thinks only black people can be in a gang or be an expert on gangs. It's a racist assumption.
The Lord's going to set me free.
I hope so. Right into solitary confinement.
Like that Devontae Lee, he's the scum of the earth.
The mafia in New York. I mean, we could go on and on. The Scientology has gangs. The Amish have gangs. The gangs are all over the place. Tale as old as time.
He kills people. He go around snitching on people, setting people up and stuff like that. Then he plays them out of $5,000. You know what I'm saying? You heard him the other day. He get on TV and do an interview. Woo, 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 woo. What's the man? The Indian man. I asked him his name before. I ain't got to tell you, young man. Sir, I ain't got to tell you. That's not professional.
So the prosecutor won't tell Keefe D his name?
You know what I'm saying?
Probably because he's scared because you've admitted to being a gang murderer. He probably doesn't want you to have your people roll up on him.
What's his name?
Do you want to do you plan on testifying? Do you want
If I have to, I will, yeah.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, there's nobody going to make you.
We got 9
I'm
seconds
an innocent
left.
man. That's all I can tell you. I'm an innocent man, and the Lord will set me free.
I hope the Lord sets him free. Amen. There's the Mormon Mafia. Yup. No one knows what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? No, none of us know. Absolutely none of us have any idea what you're saying. Thank you to Ruhe Traum for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you, Megalicious, for the 200 jewels. Thank you so much to Gizmos the dog. He is not paying his attorney. The attorney is pro bono, but it is not the same thing as a state-appointed public defender. This is a pro bono private attorney who has decided for whatever reason to represent Keefe D for free. Thank you to Marlash for the 6 Jewels makeup brush, as well as Aunt ALA. Thank you to Very Nice, Very Evil for the silver star and the silver star again. Can I say Nam saying, please? Yeah, Nam saying. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. The chief judge at the court is a black woman, also former DA. Shout out to her. Shout out to the chief judge. Yeah, I'm sure the prosecutor said young man. I know. Something's definitely wrong with him. Okay, let me see if I can see if any updates have happened. Courthouse news. Let's see. Did we already read this? Davis went to trial, expected to last 4 weeks, including jury selection, draw national attention. Jurors are expected to hear about Keefe D's role as a shot caller for the South Side Compton Crips, detailed in his book, Compton Street Legend. He said he never even read that book. He wrote in his book that he was in a car with his nephew when the nephew fatally shot Tupac near the Vegas Strip. Anderson denied involvement. Anderson, the nephew, and he died in 1998. Nima Romney, a former federal prosecutor, not involved in the case, said celebrity trials require extensive jury selection. People have some pretty strong beliefs as to who was responsible. So when you have those preconceived notions, you really got to ferret them out. Just going to take a while. Everyone else in the car is dead. Okay. Not fit to... Not fit... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Not fit to stand trial defense. Are they going to say this man is so stupid he can't stand trial? Keister Bunny said, Keefe D is not exactly an example of high IQ with this self-snitching. And I mean... It would be one thing if he self-snitched and it was the truth. He apparently wants us now to believe that he self-snitched and it was a lie. Crazy. Crazy. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. And then we'll get into some more of the links that I wanted to show y'all. Okay. I'm back. His ego's too big for claiming unfit. Okay. So we watched that one from 2 days ago. Okay, so there's another exclusive interview where he apparently does a quote where he says, "Why would I kill our money?" So let's take a look at that. Penn Brick said, I'm starting to believe his claim that he never read his own book. Maybe. Okay. Exclusive. Why would I kill our money? Keefe D denies role in Tupac killing before trial. The man accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac sat down with the 8 News Now investigators for an exclusive face-to-face from jail 10 days before his trial was scheduled to begin. The 63-year-old continues to maintain his innocence, saying he admitted to a role in the killing to make money for his family. I wasn't even in Nevada, period. Las Vegas Metro Police arrested Keefe D. September 29, 2023, near his Henderson home. The day before, a grand jury had indicted him on a charge of murder with a deadly weapon with a gang enhancement. He was remanded to custody with a $750,000 bail. Prosecutors from the Clark County District Attorney's Office cited public statements made by Keefe D in his book, Compton Street Legend, Notorious Keefe D's street-level accounts of Tupac and Biggie murders, Death Row Origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and Crooked Cops. Okay, so that's the book title. This is the book title. The full title is Compton Street Legend, Notorious Keefe D's street-level accounts of Tupac and Biggie's murders, Death Row Origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and Crooked Cops. Okay, that's the name of the book. He's publicly said he was sitting in the front passenger seat of the car, which pulled up side by side to Tupac's before the shooting near the Las Vegas Strip. Marion Suge Knight, the then head of Death Row Records, was driving the car with Tupac sitting in the passenger seat. Suge Knight was injured in the shooting. Tupac died from his injuries several days later. Now, Keefe D said he helped Suge Knight set up Death Row Records. He's now saying, quote, "Why would I kill our money like that?" He said he was not going to agree to a plea deal. He said, "I'm 63. I had a cancer battle, and I got 3 stents in my heart. And the average American now just lives to 74 years old. In 10 years, I'm dead," he told 8 News Now investigators. "I heard it was like some 10 and 25. I'm not going to do that." You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take a deal like that. He said he regretted putting his family through what has unfolded after his arrest, including what he believes are threats to their safety. "I hate that I put my family in jeopardy like this." Well, that's the first time I ever heard him taking accountability for anything. "That is one regret I have for my kids, my wife, my wife's kids." Okay, interesting. Jury trial was scheduled to begin today. Jury selection did begin today. Audio obtained of Tupac's murder suspect jailhouse call. Prosecutors allege a plot to harm cooperating witnesses was discussed. This is from 2024. Harm cooperating witnesses. He is a beast. Okay, again, this is from over 2 years ago, this article, but I want to read it still. In a 2024 obtained audio recording of a jailhouse phone call from Keefe D and his son, they can be heard discussing what prosecutors allege was a plot to harm cooperating witnesses. In a portion of the 2-minute, 16-second audio recording obtained by ABC News affiliate KTNV, Keefe D can be heard in a conversation with his son, in which the term green light is used. Prosecutors have claimed in court documents that in Davis's world, a green light is an authorization to kill. This caused enough concern that the federal government stepped in and provided resources to at least one witness so he could change his residence. On the call, I think that's Lee. I think it's got to be Devontae Lee, Devontae Lee. On the call, Davis's son can be heard saying he's got some to tell. About what? So Keefe D's son is like, "I got some to tell you." And Keefe D said, "What? Well, about what?" The son said, "A bunch of beep that's going on around the city. They talking about blah, blah, blah. It's a green light, talking about the our side." Keefe D, "Our side? It's a green light on our side?" Son says, "Yeah, that's what he told them." He said, "N-word, we was raised in war. We don't give a bleep." Okay. We were raised in war. We don't give a F. Huh? For this here, Keefe D said? B-Roo, yeah. He's saying it's on. Keefe D said, oh. Prosecutors included a partial transcript of this call in their argument against Keefe D trying to get out of jail on bail. Keefe D denied the allegations. Now, ABC News was first to report that authorities are investigating Keefe D's jail calls, and specifically this one. In their court filings and in comments to ABC News, Keefe D's attorneys say prosecutors have misconstrued what was said on the call. Now, this lawyer has done dropped out, by the way. He ain't even representing Keefe D no more. He said Keefe D was never planning to put a hit on cooperating witnesses in the case against him. There was concern about word on the street that his own family was in danger. In a statement to ABC News Wednesday regarding the audio, now remember, this was back in 2024, the lawyers held firm to that explanation of the communications. They said, quote, "It is clear in the phone call, our client, Mr. Davis, did not threaten any witness whatsoever. Our interpretation of the phone call is that his son was warning him about a threat toward him and his family. Davis is in custody. His trial date was originally set for June 3rd, 2024, and it got pushed all the way to August 2026. He's pleaded not guilty. The judge set the bail, $750,000. His lawyers asked that their client be allowed to await trial while on house arrest, but they didn't want the bail to go over $100,000. They said their client is not a threat to the community or a flight risk. I would beg to differ. Prosecutors allege Davis was a feared gang member back in the 90s, and he was a shot caller on the night that Tupac was gunned down while in the passenger seat of a stopped car by the Vegas Strip. According to prosecutors, Keefe D is now willing to play shot caller once again as he stands charged in connection with Tupac's murder, and so he should remain locked up. Davis's own words have been crucial in the case against him. In his memoir and in interviews over the years, Keefe D admitted to playing a key part in the killing. His defense team says the prosecutors have relied on testimony from witnesses with questionable credibility. Yeah, well, Keefe D has the most questionable credibility of all. Excerpts from Davis's book, which Keefe D says maybe were written by the co-author. Interviews Keefe D himself gave detailing his role in the shooting were never verified for their truthfulness, his lawyer said, adding that Keefe D's media admissions were done for entertainment purposes. I'm not entertained when I'm lied to. Lies don't entertain me. And financial gain. So he'll do anything for entertainment and financial gain is what I'm reading. When we talk about the nature, the judge said, when we talk about the nature and the seriousness of danger to any victims or other people in this case, this could be very high. I don't believe that the FBI is stepping in and providing coverage or assistance for people in situations where they don't think it's a credible threat. Dang. So there were some videos. Yeah, I guess the trial never really started on this one. Let's see. I have this. Now we're in the section on the ground. Trying to see if I could find us some footage, some anything. Same thing here. Let's go to Reuters. That's also ended. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to AP. These are all my little links that I had marked for. Oh, video unavailable. Okay, so the CNN one is unavailable. The Deep RM News or whatever, we know that one's unavailable. Or over. So I want to read this article called How to Watch the Trial. So today's day one of jury selection. I will admit I'm extremely disappointed with the amount of news that's come out. I mean, usually at least we have, social media influencers coming out and saying, oh, I just got out of the trial or the jury selection. But I guess in this case, it's like so limited as to It's like so limited as to how many people are allowed in there. I mean, I don't know how much we could even really expect to be coming out. Okay, that's not the one where it says seating. Hold on. Okay. How to attend, watch, and follow the trial. The murder trial is underway. He pleaded not guilty. The trial is being held at the regional... bitch. I just get so distracted. The Regional Justice Center... where is it? In downtown Las Vegas. Because of high public interest in limited courtroom space, the 8th Judicial District Court is using a daily lottery to determine who gets public seats in the main courtroom. Once the jury has been selected, members of the public who want a seat in the courtroom must do the following. Okay, so see how it says once a jury has been selected? So this all really starts once the jury is selected. Now, people are speculating and predicting that the jury selection will be over and the opening statements will start on Monday. So I just keep hearing like random noises. Once the jury has been seated, select members of the public who want a seat in the courtroom have to do the following. So once the opening statements and the actual trial starts, go to room 2421, the court's overflow room at the Regional Justice Center. Arrive at least an hour before court is scheduled to begin for that day. Enter the daily random drawing for available public seats, and if selected, you have to wait for a court marshal to escort you to your assigned seat. The lottery is conducted every day, so getting a seat one day doesn't mean you're going to get a seat on the next. Now, what about jury selection? So public seating in the main courtroom is not guaranteed any time during this trial, but especially today and the rest of the days they're going to be doing jury selection, which again should take several days. Prospective jurors are going to occupy much of the courtroom during this phase. Members of the public can watch a live video feed from inside the courtroom. Inside the courthouse. That's going to be room number 2421. And that's on the second floor. Now, they can go up into that room and watch the live stream, but they didn't put that live stream for us to see. So this is not a very open and transparent trial, which is par for the course now. I mean, we basically live in tyranny. We basically live in an open air hell prison, and they really don't give a flying rat's ass if the public has access to any of this shit. I mean, I think it's pretty clear at this point. Seats in the overflow room are first come, first serve, and everybody else can just get fucked. We just don't get to know what goes on in there. Now, can I watch the Tupac trial if I don't win the lottery? Yes. People who don't receive a seat through the lottery can watch a live video stream of the court proceedings in the overflow room, but the seating there is limited. So if you don't get to go in there, then you just don't get to see it, which of course is, I believe, completely unconstitutional, but nobody's going to do anything about it because the Supreme Court would have to rule on it, and they don't want cameras either because they're corrupt too. That makes the overflow room the best option for someone who wants to see the proceedings at the courthouse but doesn't win a seat in the main courtroom. Can I watch it online? Well, the trial is expected to receive extensive television and online coverage, but broadcast access to the court proceedings is controlled by the judge. You'll have to check the Las Vegas Review-Journal Tupac page for live coverage, breaking developments, and reports from inside the courtroom. Streaming arrangements can change during a trial. Viewers should check for confirmed live coverage each court day rather than relying on an older stream. For the official court schedule, courtroom information, and any changes to public access, follow the 8th District Court. They're posting trial access information on their Facebook page, which is this right here. They've only posted one post about it recently that I was able to see. This one right here, we already read earlier. For continuing Las Vegas coverage from reviewjournal.com, this is like a very, very reputable local Vegas news source. Trial is scheduled to start with jury selection on Monday. That's today. It is expected to last about 4 to 5 weeks. Public seating is limited and distributed through a daily lottery after jury selection. Room 2421 is the place where you go to enter the lottery. You need to arrive to the court at least an hour before court begins. If you win, a court marshal will escort you to your assigned courtroom seat. This is not open access, obviously. During jury selection, main courtroom seating for the public is not guaranteed, but I don't know why they're saying that during jury selection. The main public courtroom seating for public is not guaranteed at any point. At any point. They have a lottery every day. The live proceedings can be watched in the overflow room. Okay. So let's go to that Review Journal specific coverage. Oh, this is interesting. Thank God. It says eclectic group gathers for start of trial over Tupac slaying. An eclectic group of people gathered at the Justice Center today as the murder It says the trial's first day attracted people who described themselves as relatives of Shakur, fans, and podcasters. An eclectic group of people gathered at the Justice Center today as the murder trial of a man accused of orchestrating the slaying of Tupac began with jury selection. Keefe D is on trial in connection with the death of Tupac, who was 25 when he was shot near the Strip. In the Vegas Strip in September 1996. Prosecutors have said that Keefe D's public statements drove renewed efforts to investigate the case. In a memoir that has since that Keefe D has since disputed in writing, Keefe D described tossing a gun into the back seat of a Cadillac in which he was riding, allowing another man to commit the shooting. The trial's first day attracted people who described themselves as relatives of Tupac, fans, and podcasters. There were also journalists from local and national news organizations. William Lesane, who said he was a cousin of Tupac, told reporters he saw the trial as a culmination of 30 years of trauma, anger, depression, sadness, grief, and mourning. He said, I'm open to learning new information, seeing if there were other people involved and if it was a deeper conspiracy. Keefe D has told reporters he was actually not even in Vegas at the time of the shooting, despite his previous statements. So Tupac's cousin said, I think that alibi is a desperate attempt to evade justice, so I don't blame him. I would probably do the same thing if I was in his shoes. If I said I was there and then I got arrested, and now I'm 63 years old and now I'm facing life in jail, yeah, I'd lie too. I wouldn't, but that's what the cousin said. Prosecutors have said Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the shot caller who came up with the plan to exact revenge on the rapper and Death Row Records CEO Suge Knight in retaliation for an attack by Tupac on Davis's nephew. Suge Knight's head was grazed by a bullet in the shooting. Some spectators made long journeys to attend this trial, like, for example, Jaira Devin, who came from Florida with his wife. And he said that Tupac was a major influence in his life, but he wasn't convinced of Keefe D's guilt. I don't think Keefe did it. I think he's the fall guy to buy some time and cause confusion. Actually, me too. I don't think he pulled the trigger, and I don't think he really was a shot caller. I think it was Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs or someone of that ilk. But look, we're going to find out. I don't know anything. Jury's going to decide. Now, when asked what he thinks should happen to Tupac, he said, I believe there's a possibility he could still be here. But either way, he's here in spirit. Nobody's dead until the last man speaks their name. Okay. All right. So we got the lottery link. We got the official courtroom. This was what we looked at here. There's podcasters there, journalists there, fans there. What else? How do we say? Okay, so it looks like that's the most recent. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. Okay, what's this? Public seating lottery announced ahead of Tupac murder trial in Vegas. Public access to the trial will be strictly managed via drawings and a live video overflow room. A highly anticipated court case involving the 1996 murder of hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur is prompting a Vegas court to launch a daily seating lottery to handle the massive crowd expected. Keefe D is scheduled to stand trial starting today. Due to anticipated high public interest and limited courtroom space, the court is implementing a daily lottery system to distribute available seats in the main courtroom once a jury is selected. Because prospective jurors will fill the courtroom during jury selection, public seating in the main courtroom, I'm just going to say, is non-existent. Now, we do have this lady. Let's see, does she say anything else new? No, she was talking about it, but then she didn't post anything else new since. Jury selection is expected to take several days. So just to let y'all know, Bomb One just dropped a video about day one on Reggie Wright's channel. Okay, let's go see if Reggie calls it Bomb One. Oh. We got an update here. Breaking news update from Fox 5.
Today begins.
Managing Director of Jury Research on jury deselection for Tupac trial. Let's watch this at least a little. Oh, God. Whoa. I rebuke that freaking creature. Yuck. That's what they got reading us the news? We need to go back to before it was HD.
Today begins the jury selection process in the trial of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. He's accused of orchestrating the
Oh my God, this stroke victim. Can we get normal news anchors, please?
Murder of Tupac Shakur back in 1996. That's him with the beard right there walking in. And we're going to find out what kind of a jury would the prosecution want and what kind of a jury
I don't give
would
a shit.
the defense want in
What
a,
they
in a
would
case like
want?
this.
I thought they were giving us some breaking news update. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, I'm on Reggie Wright's channel. Okay, 12 minutes ago, Reggie Wright apparently did an update. Now, this Reggie Wright guy, he has reason to be reporting on this case because want to know why? He's the one that Keefe D is saying actually did it. Keefe D is like, all right, well, they asked Keefe D, okay, well, if you didn't orchestrate this murder, who did? He said it was Reggie Wright. Well, Reggie Wright said Tupac trial day one recap. Keefe D waives jury sentencing and found guilty. I mean, we already knew this.
It is different from how we usually.
Hopefully there's some actual news here because this is not news. What we already know he waived the jury sentencing, but let's see.
That we wanted to talk about the jury selection protocol because it is different from how we usually do it.
I got it.
No? Okay. Mr. Davis, my understanding is that Mr. Sampson has made you aware that you have the right to have the jury sentence you if they come back on a first-degree murder verdict, and you have decided to waive that right. Is that correct?
That's not.
Okay. The potential
Interrupt, but I want to let our audience know.
state to qualify the jury for.
Yeah.
So this man right here, I don't know who on earth would possibly mistake him for being black, but Keefe D said it's racist that this guy's prosecuting him because this guy is doing blackface and that ain't right. The Indian man is doing blackface. How?
Hey, Reggie, sorry to interrupt.
Like what? Is he supposed to, like the Indian man, is he supposed to wear like some type of religious, what's it called? Like a tika thing on his head, like tilak on his head? Is he supposed to, what is he supposed to dress like what is he supposed to do? Dress like a sage or a rishi or something? He's supposed to like announce somehow beforehand he's Indian? I mean, nobody I heard today is more racist than Keefe D.
But I want to let our audience know, if you guys are fans of UFC, you definitely want to pay attention to this.
I'm not.
So we've linked up with Morgan & Morgan.
I don't give a shit.
Track. So the 19th, we are brought up a very good point.
Okay, so whoever said Reggie Wright had an update, no, they don't. I mean, definitely not from. We already talked about this hours ago. Okay, anyway, what else? Public seating lottery announced. Okay, so the remaining things that, like a bindi. It's not called a bindi on men. It's like a tilak or something. thank you to Heather Jones for the 10 jewels. So the next section of stuff that I have is like the search warrant, grand jury transcripts, the indictment. So it's like the actual court filings, court documents. I'm going to save those for the next time I do a live on this. Yeah, he just posted the video and added an advertisement. Right, exactly. Morgan and Morgan, which I would not recommend going with Morgan and Morgan, by the way. But I mean, that's you. That's you. I had planned this week to go live every single day on this jury selection because I figured there would at least be one person inside of there tweeting. Apparently, there's not. So I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to handle the rest of this week. I am going to go live on, I think it's going to be Wednesday with Sheldon Norcross from the Bricks and Minifigs saga. So definitely Wednesday, I'm not going to probably be going. I shouldn't say definitely, probably. I'm most likely not going to be going live on this subject, on the Keefe D thing, Wednesday. I'm most likely going to be doing some Bricks and Minifigs stuff. That's the plan. That is the plan. I would have assumed that at least by this point we would have gotten some kind of update on like, okay, they've already seated 2 people or they haven't seated anybody. It's like we have gotten absolutely nothing out of this courtroom as far as I could tell, other than that little 8-minute video. So I don't know if I'm going to be talking about this or the Bricks and Minifigs tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be talking about a variety of things. But I do have some stuff that I wanted to get through from Bricks and Minifigs. So maybe I'll be talking about that. Make sure you are subscribed. Who knows what I'll be doing. And I almost forgot. I did almost forget. I have a sponsor on today's video. And the sponsor is me. Okay. These are the shirts They Lied I'm selling right now. These are my pre-order. The last day to order these is going to be Friday, this coming Friday. And then after the last orders are done Friday, then I will be, making this shirt, printing the shirt, whatever, and shipping them. So we do have international. The sizes go from small all the way up to 4X. It's 100% cotton. And it's a They Lied BJC live show shirt. So make sure you do check out our sponsor at ThatSurpriseWitness.com. And it's me. I'm the sponsor. So yeah, let's see. Let me just make a little check here. Let's see. Of the live updates. Live courtroom update. This was 3 hours ago. Okay. I'm just making sure that there's not anything, breaking news where I'm going to have to come back and make another video. Okay. I got y'all going down the rabbit hole news. That's all I really have for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Please don't send any hate to anybody mentioned in this video. That's not the purpose of this video. This video is meant to report on matters of public concern and give my opinion on them. I'll see y'all soon. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.